Chapter 71. Zara dived downward into the depths of the subterranean lake. She followed the blue light where Tom swam in front of her. It reminded her of a ghoulish apparition as the pressure built up in her ears. She tried to swallow and move her jaw, anything to relieve some of the pressure in her middle ear. The pressure changed, and she was able to descend without any further pain. The entrance was 30 or maybe even 40 feet below the surface of the water. It was an arched door, which led to a narrow staircase. Apart from being submerged, the opening appeared no different than any of the thousands of medieval arches and stone stairs found throughout Europe. She followed Tom, who swam quickly through the arch and into the stairwell. "You'll have to swim quickly once you're inside, or you'll never reach it," she recalled Tom's words to her before diving. Zara reached the top of the archway and pulled herself through. She'd reached the deepest point of the dive. Now all she had to do was live long enough to reach the surface. Inside, the series of identical stairs fit snugly between the inner and outer dome within a space no wider than 2 feet. The stairs ascended steeply in a clockwise direction. She swam through and began the dangerous journey, alternating between kicking off with her feet and pulling herself upwards by drawing on the stairs, in a similar manner to an astronaut maneuvering around the space station. Her head throbbed. Oxygen starvation was starting to affect her brain. She focused on the blue light ahead. No longer able to discern any visible image of Tom, her mind imagined it really was a ghost leading her toward something. But was it where she wanted to go? Was it a good spirit or evil? Her mind struggled to comprehend what she was trying to achieve. The space was dark with solid masonry walls on either side as she ascended in a continuous curve. It was impossible to know how far she climbed. She imagined the stairway wrapping all the way around the inner dome until it made a full circuit, possibly even multiple laps. She settled into a rhythm, and soon the discomfort in her chest and blurriness in her mind all ceased to matter. She was moving, ascending, and that all had to mean something good, right? A moment later, the fear returned. She'd lost sight of the blue spectral. Zara panicked. There was nothing else for it. She'd reached the limits of her ability to hold her breath. She squirmed to make sense of anything, but now the one thing she could remember, the fact that she needed to follow the blue light, had been taken from her. She continued heading in a clockwise direction, constantly ascending in an identical curve, but soon she no longer had the ability to move her arms or legs. She no longer worried about whether or not she could hold her breath. None of those problems mattered anymore. Zara felt herself sink onto the edge of the stone stairs. The last thing she remembered was the warmth. Everything felt so warm and good and safe. Dying wasn't so bad. The darkness had been pulled up around her like the safety of a warm blanket. It consumed all her senses and left her feeling nothing. Chapter 72. Sam looked at Tom as he squeezed by inside the narrow stairway, where the water met the dry section. He looked at Tom's hardened expression as he breathed deeply. "You okay, Tom?" Tom nodded but said nothing. Sam waded into the submerged steps of the stairs. "Where's Zara?" "She was behind me a moment ago." Sam swore and then dipped his head beneath the water, diving head-first downward. He followed the descending stairs in their counterclockwise direction. He could hear the sudden throb of his own panicked heart, sending blood pounding in the back of his ears. He descended for approximately 20 seconds before he saw her. "Christ, she's dead!" He didn't wait to check her vital signs. He grabbed Zara by the shoulders and pulled her backwards and clockwise up the stairway. Sam moved with the speed afforded by his adrenaline, but it was much slower than when he swam down on his own. It felt like it had taken forever by the time his foot stepped on the dry stone and he pulled her out of the water. Her body appeared lifeless. She wasn't breathing. Her normally dark skin appeared pale and waxy. Sam placed her on her side, and with her head downwards, inside the narrow stairway, so her head was draining. Her mouth was open, and the water gushed out. Sam watched as it continued to drain. One of the hardest things to do in an emergency is nothing. Sometimes you have to wait. No reason to try and help her breathe if her lungs are still full of water. It might have only taken seconds. Then again it might have been minutes. Sam had no way to tell. All he knew was the water must have filled her lungs completely. She must have taken a deep breath in while she was still under, Sam thought, morbidly. It would have been a conscious decision, an acceptance of her death. Tom took one glance at her, his mouth set hard. "Does she have a pulse?" Sam placed 2 fingers on Zara's neck next to her windpipe. He waited for a moment. "She's got a pulse. It's bounding, but it's there." A moment later, the water stopped draining. Zara coughed multiple times and stopped, and then started breathing on her own. Her eyes were still shut, and she looked like she was sleeping. There was no way to immediately know how much damage had been done to her brain. Tom asked, "Now what do we do?" Sam breathed in and then sighed. "Nothing. Now we wait." Chapter 73. The warmth and euphoric dreams were over. In their place, nightmares filled her mind. There was a burning sensation in her chest. It felt like she'd swallowed fire, and no matter how much she exhaled, the flame remained. She coughed a few more times, and felt her lungs struggle to expand. It felt like they were being held by a big piece of elastic, which prevented them from fully opening. She felt something change. The gooey and fiery liquid drained from her mouth. When there was no more to exhale, she tried to inhale. Nothing happened. The muscles of her diaphragm had lost interest. She tried again. Nothing. "Am I already dead?" The elastic over her chest snapped, and now she was finally allowed to inhale. The air felt icy cold and sweet on her burnt lungs. She coughed twice more. It seemed to take longer than she thought was normal to take a second breath. It was like her diaphragm was still debating what it wanted to do. She breathed again and again. By the 5th time, the process seemed more natural, definitely far from normal. Her muscles of respiration were no longer working on automatic reflexes. Instead, she was having to consciously coerce them into keeping her alive. But at least now, she seemed to have some control over the process. No, not dead. Zara tried to move her arms. Nothing happened. She tried to speak. She wanted to speak, and wanted to say that everything was all right. Whatever happened, whatever went wrong, it was okay now. She was okay. She couldn't remember what she'd been trying to do, or what went wrong. But somehow, it all felt okay. There was a picture of an island. The surrounding shallow waters were turquoise. The island was shaped like a perfect figure 8 lying on its side. One side of the island was completely flat, while at the center of the other side, a small mountain of sand rose 100 or more feet into the air. "That's right," she thought. "I was on my way to an island." It seemed incredibly important to her all of a sudden that she reached the island, that it held the answers to every question that was so important to her, although at the present she had no idea what she wanted to ask. Heck, if she was honest, She didn't even know the name of the island, or how it was going to answer her questions. Two voices were arguing. One said, "We should have planned the ascent better." It was terse, like a reprimand. "What could we have done?" the second one asked. "I don't know, prepared her better. She'd have had a different outcome. Now we don't know what's going to happen. You were in such a rush. You just told me to bring her up and said she'd be all right." "And she will be all right," the second voice replied. It was abrupt and full of authority. "How can you be so certain?" The voice paused, like its owner was struggling to even consider answering in such a way. It sighed, the voice succumbing to reveal the truth, even though it didn't want to. "Because Nostradamus didn't mention anything about her drowning." "Nostradamus?" She repeated the name silently in her mind. "What does he have to do with our future?" She opened her eyes. They weren't quite in focus. Everything around her appeared blue. She was lying on a series of stone steps. They were hurting her back. The steps were narrow, and on each side was a masonry wall. Two men started asking her questions. She didn't hear any of them. They both glowed with a blue haze, like a spectral or ghostly apparition. She would have been frightened if it wasn't for the fact that both men appeared excited, like her arrival was the best news they'd received all day. They looked kind, concerned, and supportive. She opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was soft, not yet capable of producing any great resonance. Her eyes, deep-set and intense, stared wide. "What is it?" the first voice asked. "Go on, we couldn't hear you," the second said. Zara grinned. "I know exactly where we have to go." Chapter 74. Zara felt a man lean in and help her to sit. There was barely any room, and no way that either of the men could have sat next to her. Both of her shoulders rested on opposite sides of the masonry walls which formed the vault of her captivity. She felt one of the men rest his hands on her back to stop her from falling over. "How do you feel?" "I've had better days." She looked at the man who spoke, and recognized him. His voice was familiar, but it took her a moment to remember his name. "Sam Reilly." "At your service, ma'am." She asked, "Where's Tom?" "I'm up here, Zara. There's no room for the three of us." She nodded. The place felt cramped and confining as it was. "What happened?" Sam said, "You were following Tom into the vaulted stairway between the subterranean Duomo. It was a long swim, and you ran out of air. You almost made it. About 20 feet off, you must have lost consciousness. We dragged you up to the dry stairs and laid you with your head down, gallons of water drained from your lungs." "I followed you into a submerged, subterranean, and narrow stairwell? Vaulted between two masonry domes?" "Afraid so," he confirmed. She smiled. "That doesn't really sound like something I'd willingly do." It wasn't. We were kind of stuck. We're in the process of finding a way out. Do you remember what we were doing here? Zara thought about it for a moment. "The Nostradamus Equation." "That's right. You kicked over a real hornet's nest, and an army of General Nguige's men are topside in the Saharan desert searching for you. You said you knew where we have to go. Do you still remember?" "Yes, but I can't for the life of me recall what it means." "Where?" "A place called Infinity Island." She glanced up at Sam. "Does that make any sense to you?" He nodded. "You had a medallion, something your father gave to you. He said it would make sense and be important to you one day. There's an island depicted on one side of it. The island is shaped like a lemniscate. the mathematical symbol for infinity. Then we'd better go and find that island. I had a lot of dreams while I was out, most of them nightmares, but some were all right. One, I am certain, was real. What was it? I don't know, but I woke up with the one thought fixed in my mind. We need to reach Infinity Island if we want it to be okay. Okay, Sam said. Can you walk? She asked. Can you carry me up this narrow stairway? He shook his head. Zara smiled. Then I guess I'd better start walking. Take your time. Zara stood carefully up. She felt a slight rush of blood to her head, like she was going to pass out. She paused, took in a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled until the feeling passed. She took a step forward and felt Sam take her hand for support. She squeezed it and then let go. I'm okay. It took nearly 40 minutes to reach the top of the Duomo. The stone stairs continued in a clockwise direction around the inner dome, gradually gaining height. The spacing between the internal and external dome curved inward the higher she went, meaning that as she approached the oculus, she needed to lean toward the inner dome to continue. She lost track of how many times she must have traveled around the circumference of the massive dome before she crept into the main opening where the oculus opened to the cavern below. The narrow stairway continued as a tunnel around the oculus before looping back on itself and returning down the way they'd come. A separate tunnel turned to the left and allowed them to climb up to the top of the second dome. She followed Sam through the upward tunnel. The stone stairs now appeared more like a ladder as the gradient increased to a near vertical position. She climbed through and glanced around. They were now inside a horizontal tunnel, similar in size and shape to the one they'd found earlier, which had been blocked by a cave-in and flooded. In one direction it traveled such a long way that she couldn't see where the tunnel ended. In the opposite direction she saw a polished piece of brass on the edge of the ceiling. It was angled at 45 degrees, so that if she shined a flashlight on it, the light would reflect down the open oculus. Zara asked, Do you know how far this tunnel goes? Sam shook his head. No, but I think it's time we find out. Chapter 75. Sam led the party down the tunnel. It continued for about a mile in a perfectly straight line before reaching a second tunnel, which ran perpendicular to theirs. Water ran down the tunnel. It was shallow and moved quickly. A crude, dug-out canoe floated in the middle of the aqueduct. A solid piece of stone, the length of the tunnel prohibited the boat from being carried away down the tunnel. The term boat was used loosely. It was formed out of the trunk of a single acacia tree, the inside of which had been carved out to make a small boat. It was similar to the hollow log canoes of peoples all over the world. It was long enough to fit 4 or 5 people, and the width was almost exactly equal to that of the aqueduct. He recalled that Zara had told him the Acacia radiana was once prolific within the Sahara and survived upwards of 500 years. The hardwood must have been capable of surviving years in the water, but even so, it was impossible to imagine that such a structure would have survived since the time of the Garamantes, as much as 1,400 years ago. Sam looked at Tom and asked, What do you make of that? Looks like an emergency boat, Tom said. Like the ancient Garamantes left it there, so that a scout could quickly climb in and return to the main city. Zara stared at the boat. I don't know, but can you imagine any way for them to even bring their boats back up the tunnels after traveling down the aqueduct? No, Sam said. Come to think of it, how did they bring the boat back up here? Zara said, Maybe it's because they were never built to go all the way to the bottom, Tom said. Or perhaps it was an emergency trip. A what? She asked. An emergency boat trip. Think, for instance, the ancient Garamantes posted scouts throughout the desert. One notices an advancing Roman army. He would be able to descend down the well, get on a boat, and race back to their main citadel to warn of the impending battle. Sam said, If that's true, then where the hell is this citadel we're apparently going to? Zara put her hand on the boat. The wood was dry and rigid. It still floats. Sam nodded. None of this makes sense to me. If the Garamantes died out in the 6th century, this boat would have rotted away to dust by now, which means the boat was either of a much better construction than anything our shipwrights could construct today, or the boat's a lot younger than we imagine. Zara asked, You think someone else has been down here more recently than the 6th century? Sam said, Either this boat was brought down by someone in the past 100 years, such as a smuggler, or— What? Tom asked. Or the Garamantes are still alive. Tom shrugged as though he didn't care either way. The boat floats. The water runs in that direction. Let's take it. Zara glanced at Sam. Is that wise? Sam sat in the front section of the boat. It took his weight easily and appeared sturdy in the water. He smiled. Probably not, but I can't see a better way of getting to the end of this aqueduct, so we may as well try. He waited until Zara and Tom climbed aboard. The boat appeared stable with all three of them aboard. Sam turned around. Are we all ready? Zara swallowed hard. Ready as we're ever going to be. Tom nodded. He was grinning like a kid at a theme park. All right, let's go. Sam removed the stone block, and the boat, free from its confines, leaped forward eagerly. The shallow water ran quickly, even though the angle of the tunnel appeared closer to horizontal than descending. The weak glow from their DARPA suits barely allowed them to see what was ahead. They ran for nearly 100 feet before the water began to speed up even faster. It was like they were approaching a waterfall. Tom grinned. You get the feeling we're approaching the fun part of the ride. Zara gripped the sides of the boat until her knuckles shined white. Yeah, it's great. Just like Disneyland, with the added benefit of not knowing whether or not you're about to drown or just crash onto the rocks at the bottom. Sam said, The Garamantes were obviously very good engineers. Do you really think they would have built a boat here to service the aqueduct if the tunnels were impassable? No one heard his words. Instead, the roar of the rapids ahead drowned out all sounds. Sam looked at the darkness ahead. The aqueduct looked like it was about to collide with a solid wall of stone. A reflective brass mirror, like the one seen at the top of the Duomo, shined back at him. He made a vicious oath, and the boat dipped and dropped down a steep decline. The boat rushed downwards, falling 30 or more feet, before the slope balanced out, and the boat shot out the bottom. Chapter 76. The water settled to a more natural flow, and Sam turned to face his companions. Tom's eyes were wide and his mouth open. He said, Who wants to help me pull the boat back up and do that again? Not me, Zara said. If we ever make it out of this damned place alive, I never want to see either of you again. Sam shrugged. Some people are never appreciative. The flow of the water settled into a comfortable meander. Zara said, Everything we know about the Garamantes suggests their success was based on their subterranean water extraction system, a network of tunnels known as foggers in Berber. It not only allowed their part of the Sahara to bloom again, it also triggered a political and social process that led to population expansion, urbanism, and conquest. But in order to retain and extend their newfound prosperity, they needed above all to maintain and expand the water extraction tunnel systems, and that necessitated the acquisition of many slaves. Sam smiled. Luckily for the Garamantes, but less so for their neighbors, the Garamantian population growth gave the new Saharan power a demographic and military advantage over other peoples in Saharan and sub-Saharan Africa, enabling them to expand their territory, conquer other peoples, and acquire vast numbers of slaves. Thanks to their aggressive mentality and the slaves and water it produced, the Garamantes lived in planned towns and lived well, Zara said. Archaeological digs have shown they feasted on locally grown grapes, figs, sorghum, barley, and wheat, as well as imported luxuries such as wine and olive oil. Zara looked at the perfectly formed tunnel, still working as intended, nearly 1,000 years after the demise of the Garamantes. The combination of their slave acquisition activities and their mastery of Fagara irrigation technology enabled the Garamantes to enjoy a standard of living far superior to that of any other ancient Saharan society. Without slaves, they would not have had a kingdom, let alone even a whiff of the good life. They would have survived in conditions of relative poverty, as most desert dwellers have done before and since. Sam said, in the end, depletion of easily mined fossil water sounded the death knell of the Garamantian kingdom. After extracting at least 30 billion gallons of water over some 600 years, the Garamantes discovered that the water was literally running out. To deal with the problem, they would have needed to add more man-made underground tributaries to existing tunnels and dig additional, deeper, much longer water extraction tunnels. For that, they would have needed vastly more slaves than they had. The water difficulties must have led to food shortages, population reductions, and political instability. Conquering more territories and pulling in more slaves was therefore simply not militarily feasible. The magic equation between population and military and economic power on the one hand, and slave acquisition capability and water extraction on the other, no longer balanced. Zara said, the desert kingdom declined and fractured into small chiefdoms and was absorbed into the emerging Islamic world. Like its more famous Roman neighbor, the once great Saharan kingdom became little by little simply a thing of myth and memory. Only their irrigation tunnels have remained. They continued along their strange journey in silence for the next 2 days, intermittently taking turns to rest and sleep. In an attempt to conserve the few hours of battery power remaining to each DARPA suit, both Sam and Tom switched their machines off. For the time being, there was nothing they could do to adjust the direction of their movement, so they may as well do so in the dark, only occasionally powering up to check on their surroundings. Sam drifted in that strange place somewhere between conscious and unconscious, comfortable and uncomfortable. He was close to sleep when the boat stopped its forward movement. There wasn't much of a change. It must have been gradually slowing down. "Everyone all right?" he asked. Tom said, "Yeah, you?" "I'm fine." "Where are we?" Zara asked. Sam switched on his DARPA suit, and the area glowed with the now familiar blue haze. He glanced in front of the boat. The tunnel appeared unchanged, but the shallow water was now missing. Behind, the water looked like it was flowing softly. Sam turned to face Zara and Tom. "There must be a crack in the tunnel, where the water's now flowing into a lower tunnel." Tom nodded. I guess it's time to walk, Zara asked. Do you think this is going to get us anywhere? We might just be going deeper into the ancient irrigation tunnels. We don't know, Sam said. But there's no way we're going to swim all that way back to where we started, so all we can do is keep going forward. Zara nodded in silent protest. They walked along the dry aqueduct. A line, approximately 3 feet up along the bottom half of the tunnel, showed where the water once sat. Above it was approximately another 4 feet in height. If it was much lower, Tom would have struck his head on the ceiling. It was about an hour before they took a break. There wasn't any change in the tunnel. The ancient Garamantes, if nothing else, knew how to build a perfectly symmetrical tunnel for hundreds of miles. The air was cool, and a slight draft flowed past them in the same direction as they were heading. The breeze was new and refreshing, and it gave them the impetus to keep going with a renewed vigor. They continued again, walking faster. 10 minutes later, something changed. Sam hurried 50 feet ahead. The height of the tunnel lowered until it was obvious that all of them would need to bend to get through. It continued like that for about 15 feet, and then opened into a giant vaulted room. The dry aqueduct ran through the center of the room like the rail platform of an old city where a ghost train no longer delivered water to the entrance of a great city. Chapter 77. The Golden City. Sam stared at the massive dome above. It made the Roman Pantheon look like a toy. It had a diameter of at least 100 feet. The dry irrigation channel split straight down the middle of the room before continuing on through a dark tunnel on the opposite end. Inside the massive structure were the remains of an amphitheater. It was formed out of limestone steps and stretched at least 80 feet into the air in a semicircle. On the same side there were at least 20 buildings, all in a classical style, as if Greek or Roman temples. On the opposite side of the channel, another 30 similar buildings of various sizes. At least 180 feet above, a giant oculus that showed no light reminded him that he was still buried deep underground. Zara asked, "Where are we, Sam?" Sam said, "At a guess, I'd say we're in the fabled Golden City of the Kingdom of the Sands, the treasure of the Garamanti Empire." "That's great," Tom said. "But where's the gold?" There was never really any gold. The term represented the wealth of knowledge found inside. This was where the great ones came to discuss the future. Think of a place filled with the great people of their time, their version of people like Michelangelo, Plato, Da Vinci, and Einstein. This was a place for the greats to go. And Nostradamus. That was why it was called the Golden City. Sam stepped toward the amphitheater. "What do you think this place was used for?" "It was a meeting place," Zara spoke confidently, for a person who 2 days ago had shattered any belief that the Garamantes had ever made it this far south, inside the Sahara. She now possessed an extraordinary knowledge about the ancient civilization. "A symbol of their technological might. Think Rome in its heyday. Florence. Hell, it could be an older version of Washington, D.C., when you look at it. Perhaps this is where their leaders came to debate important matters before government." Tom laughed. "I would have loved to hear their views on climate change." Zara smiled. "From what we know about the Garamantes, they didn't care about their environment. Instead, they utilized heavy slave labor to acquire water for irrigation and crop development. They made their environment what they needed it to be to survive. When the water ran out, they became extinct." "Sound familiar?" Sam asked. She turned to face him. "What?" You said Nostradamus told you the human race was about to become extinct, and now you're telling me these people became extinct due to climate change? She shook her head. No, the climate didn't change. The Garamantians drew their water from ancient tables of fossil water accumulated over approximately 40 million years. It was only a matter of time before the water tables were exhausted, and their civilization's needs exceeded their ability to produce water. Yeah, what I said. An economy based on technological changes that in turn changed the climate in an unsustainable way. Ecology 101. They failed, and we are following their example. Talking about tunnels, there's a bunch of them heading off this way, Tom said. I'm going to check it out. We still need to find a way to the surface. Sam nodded. They would need to split up and work quickly to find a way to the surface, if such a way still existed. He gazed around the vast chamber. It could have fit a football field inside. The place looked like the main meeting place on a bad sci-fi set. A city buried inside an asteroid or a moon. There were broken and misshapen rooms throughout. Little remained to suggest the purpose of such rooms, but he imagined a thriving marketplace, fresh food stalls, exotic food from places far away, brothels, carpenters, engineers, people who practiced medicine. They would have all been there. He stopped walking, grinned. This place wasn't just a meeting place. This was their city. This was Grand Central Station. Look, what if the reason archaeologists have only discovered primitive villages on the surface was because those were the stragglers or even another race altogether? What if the Garamantians didn't just build a 3,000-mile network of irrigation channels? What if they built 3,000 miles of networked transport? Zara tilted her head to the left, her mind exploring the possibilities. It would be much easier to send food, water, and people by boat beneath the Arsh Desert than above. Sam nodded as he imagined a world where food and other supplies were transported along the ancient irrigation channels, along with fresh water. He walked through the small buildings, structures that once housed the city's elite. They were simple by modern-day standards of luxury, but at the time would have been the height of decadence. Like the Romans, the Garamantians appeared to serve themselves the best. He said, "What if these people, and the remains of the old Berber civilization, located on the surface, were the same?" "But you just said you thought they were different." "What if they were once the same civilization, but as the water dried up, things started to change?" Zara asked. "What sort of changes?" Sam said, "The same sort which always takes place when food becomes scarce. The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. They abandoned their slaves and general population, so their thinkers and movers could continue to live in decadence. While one part of their city died off nearly 1,400 years ago, the other one thrived for another 1,000 years. Tom stepped into the room. Even in the dull blue light, his face appeared flushed. He was breathing hard as though he'd been running. His brown eyes were wide and filled with adrenaline. "What is it?" Sam asked. Tom paused, swallowed hard. "I found something. I think you're both going to want to see." Zara turned to face him. "What did you find?" "There's a room here you're both going to want to see, right now." "Sure. What is it? What did you see?" Zara persisted. Tom looked at her, shook his head, and said, "I believe it's a message for you." Chapter 78. The entrance to the strange room stood out among the rest of the building structures beneath the dome for 2 reasons. The first one surprised Zara immensely, and the second sent chills down her spine. First, unlike every other structure they'd seen, this one had a door. It was made of solid brass, with intricate images of horse-drawn chariots etched into the metal. None of the other structures had doors, and she had seen no other sign of brass displayed throughout the dome. Secondly, and more disturbingly, were the words written on the door. She stared at them, willing them to spell another word or different name. There was nothing she could do about it, though. The truth was uncompromising. The words spelled Zara Delacroix. She tried to push the door open. It was heavy. The large hinges fought against the centuries without movement. Sam and Tom put all their weight into it, and finally the door creaked open. Inside was a discreet and unremarkable room, not too dissimilar to those they'd already seen, except that it had a sarcophagus in the center of the room. The walls were carved out of solid limestone, like the rest of the buildings. Nothing was written on the walls. A pedestal could be seen, stepped inside a small alcove. Water dripped from an opening in the ceiling and filled the pedestal. A hole in the floor, worn out through the ages, captured the overflow, and then drained into a hidden opening below. Otherwise, the room was empty. Zara's eyes returned to the sarcophagus. It was the centerpiece of the room, and if someone wanted her to find something, she guessed it was most likely going to be inside. Zara walked around the sarcophagus. It was most likely the final resting place of one of the great kings of the sand. She stopped on the other side. Her mouth opened to speak, but words didn't come out. "What is it?" Sam asked, his eyes glancing at the ancient script. Zara met his gaze. "I don't know yet. There's something about this that I recognize." "I thought you'd never studied anything to do with the Garamantes." "I didn't." She bit her lower lip. "This is all written in the language of modern Berber." "That's great," Tom interrupted. "But if we don't work out how to get out of here soon, we're going to be sharing their tomb with them." "This might be important," she said. "So is staying alive," Tom said cheerfully. "Wait, I can read this." "Well, don't keep us in suspense. What does it say?" Sam said. She swallowed hard. "Our problem just got a whole lot worse." Chapter 79. Zara felt her entire world spin. She imagined it would have been a similar experience to the early navigators in the world who believed the world was flat, suddenly discovering it was spherical. Worse still, it might even be more like then discovering the world used satellites high up in the orbit of the Earth to send messages, allowing computers to triangulate their exact position on Earth using a GPS. Everything she believed had just turned in on itself. Sam asked, "What's changed, Zara?" "Everything." "What?" Tom said. "This place was visited by Nostradamus in 1557. Zara waited for the thought to sink in. Sam and Tom stared at her silently. She continued. "After the massive sandstorm which killed all of his party, except for my great ancestor, Nostradamus must have entered one of the Garamanti irrigation tunnels and made his way to this ancient city." Sam asked, "Why? What did he come here to do?" Zara paused. "He came to bury the very last Garamanti, a king without a people. And he came so that I could know what he'd learned. What did Nostradamus learn? Sam looked at her. Didn't he leave everything you needed to know in his book? No. After he'd left his book buried in the sands of the Sahara, Nostradamus had changed the future. Consequently, his next visions had changed as a consequence. Tom asked, What did he write? It's a story of times to come. Sam asked, What does it say? It's about the fall of a man, about a great civilization, the Garamanti Empire, about their successes and their losses, about their riches and their greed, about their greatness and their fallibility. At the end of the story, it says that man is no better than the locusts who multiply into destructive plagues. If the human race is to survive, we must do so in smaller numbers. There is only so much the land will stretch and bend to meet our demands, and when that is all done, our time on the earth shall end like so many other animals before us. Wow, Sam said. Seems pretty much on the mark of what Nostradamus was saying. Sure, Tom shook his head. Pity it didn't really tell us what to do about it. Sure it did. Tom smiled. It did? Yeah, Zara said. Didn't that letter to Michel say it wasn't about a new diamond mine? It was about lithium. World War III was going to be fought over lithium, and the world's largest stores were in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, Sam confirmed. What are you suggesting? By backing our guy in there, the human race is going to stop procreating? No, I'm suggesting Nostradamus meant us to let them fight a war, Zara said. I'm serious. Maybe Nostradamus knew I would run into you and stop you from supporting the good guys. Sam shook his head. Or maybe he wanted us to support the United Sovereign of Congo, so that the lithium could be mined and the world could live more economically. For how long, though? Until it's no longer sustainable. But when will that be? When will there be too many human beings on this planet? Do you know at the turn of the 18th century what the best estimate of the total population of the planet was? I don't know. 1 billion? Tom asked. A little above 200 million, Sam said. He spoke with the certainty of a man who knew the statistic and was as concerned as anyone should be. It took us nearly 50,000 years from the beginning of agriculture to reach 200 million, and it's taken us only the 200 years since to take that number up above 7 billion. The United Nations currently predicts the population to reach 18 billion by the end of this century alone. I know. It's not scare tactics. It's science. Zara sighed. No, that statistic's wrong. Sam shrugged. It's a prediction by the United Nations. It's a ballpark figure. According to Nostradamus, the population is going to reach 30 billion before the century is out. Do you know what the final population is going to be in the year 2100? Sam and Tom both shook their heads. Sam looked at her. The woman Tom killed before we entered the well, she said, you knew something terrible. You denied it at the time, but I thought I saw your eyes look away. It was subtle. For a second I doubted it, but now that I see it again, I know where I've seen that look. It's the distinct image of a person trying to hide the painful truth. You were hiding something, weren't you? She nodded. I see that same look in your face now, Sam said. What are you trying to hide? I found a second note addressed to me in the Book of Nostradamus. The first one was explicit. Nostradamus said it was the first thing he wrote before he started his entire works. The second wasn't even attached to the codex. Instead, he scribbled it on a piece of paper with a simple note, an addendum. Sam asked, "What did it say?" Zara said, "I had a choice. He'd never seen it before, but now he knew that I had a choice to make. He couldn't tell me what to do, because he hadn't seen anything in my future." "What was the choice?" "He said that I could do nothing, and the human race would become extinct when my bloodline ceased in 300 years. "What alternative did he give you?" She remained silent, her eyes avoiding his and staring at the sarcophagus. "Go on, you've gone this far now." "He said I may attempt to change the future. And if I'm successful, the human race will continue far into the future. But if I fail, that population number changes at the end of this century. Any child born today will have a high chance of being alive to see this date. We are not talking about hundreds of years in the future. We're talking about the end of this generation." "All right," Sam said. "I'm interested. What does Nostradamus predict the population to be on the 1st of January, 2101? She looked at him, her jaw rigid and her eyes intense.
0. The human race would be extinct.
Okay, so you have a choice. You can do nothing, and the human race will survive another 300 years. That's not so bad. Or you can take a chance and potentially kill everyone at the end of this generation.
Those were the choices.
You mean those are the choices, Sam corrected her.
No, were. Past tense. This is a new note. Nostradamus obviously had another vision since he left the Book of Nostradamus buried in the Sahara Desert.
Why, what's changed?
Here, he says that when my daughter turns 82, the human population on Earth will reach 0.
Sam did the math. For that to be true, you'd need to be pregnant right now. She took in a slow, deep breath, closed her eyes, and exhaled.
I'm 2 months pregnant. My lover doesn't even know. Heck, I only guessed when I read Nostradamus's note. I didn't believe it. But things are changing. I haven't seen a doctor yet, but I can tell you for certain, with the knowledge of a mother, I'm pregnant, and I want my child to live.
Chapter 80. Zara held her breath. She waited for a response from either Sam or Tom. She'd betrayed their trust. But how could she have told them any earlier? She had gambled the lives of every living person on the planet, because she thought it was better to have the possibility of extending the timeline for the human race, and in doing so, had jeopardized 200 years of it. All right, Sam said. Let me get this straight. Are you saying the future has already changed? Zara nodded.
Yes. Like I've said before, Nostradamus can't see everything. He has visions, and these visions are like scenes in a movie or chapters in a book. They are very clear and provide lots of information about a specific event, but not necessarily the time and date of the event. In this circumstance, the original data that Nostradamus was working on has changed. As it is set now, he believes I'm on course to destroy humanity.
Sam nodded vacantly and started looking around the room. She wasn't sure if he'd heard what she had to say, and was ignoring her completely, or whether he was now simply focused on something entirely different. Either way, he looked like he was miles away and uninterested in her confession. She turned to Tom instead.
Are you all right?
Yeah, call me selfish, but I'm still more concerned with getting out of here and surviving to my next birthday than the predicted life expectancy of the human race after the next century. I think I'll go have another look around outside, see if there's a way to reach the surface. Zara nodded as he left. She then turned to watch Sam study the empty walls, the sides of the sarcophagus, the doors, everything. Despite the catastrophic news he'd just received, Sam's face displayed his normal level of insouciance, which she simultaneously admired and despised. He smiled, like he was hearing the score of a game of social lawn bowls. Zara asked, "Did you hear a word I said?" Sam smiled. "I'm not sure. I think so. I definitely might have. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Where did you finish?"
"Where did you get to?"
"You inadvertently sped up the extinction of the human race." Sam continued to slide his hand along a small crevice between two sections of the empty wall. His face appeared intrigued and curious, without a hint of concern. "Did I miss anything important after that?"
"No, that's about the gist of it."
Sam smiled. "Good. Well, that's settled then." Zara followed him, suddenly aware that he was neither perturbed nor interested in the news that Nostradamus had left her. She glanced at his face.
"What are you looking for?"
"Answers."
"To what?"
"The next clue," Sam said, shaking his head as though it were obvious. "The next step. Think about it. If Nostradamus went to the trouble of doing all this to save the human race from extinction, why would he stop now and write a message informing you that you'd failed, and now the entire dark future was going to occur 200 years earlier?" She asked.
"So what are you saying?"
Sam said, "I believe Nostradamus is still trying to help you find one thing he never had. The only aid that could possibly allow you to correctly change the future."
"The Nostradamus Equation."
"Exactly." He then stopped at the pedestal. "Ah, and here it is."
"Here what is?"
she asked. "The next clue." Zara stared at the pedestal. It looked out of place in the holy room where the last survivor of the Kingdom of Sands had been laid to rest by Nostradamus himself. She suddenly grinned. There was another note. It was written in the same scrawl she'd recognized as coming from the hand of Nostradamus. "Searching for answers? Place the key into the pedestal and learn the truth."
"What do you think?" she asked. "Is this another note by Nostradamus?"
"I think you're clutching at straws. It's an old circular pedestal with a remarkably similar shape to your medallion, but nothing more."
"So you think I shouldn't bother?"
"No, you may as well try. I'm just saying don't expect anything to happen." Zara nodded. She carefully withdrew the brass medallion from beneath her tank top and placed it in the water. A single drop of water fell onto it from above, but nothing happened. The truth, it would appear, was avoiding her. "What did you think would happen?" Sam said.
"I don't know. Anything. Something. Not nothing."
Zara reached towards the medallion to remove it from the water and then stopped, because the water began to change color and fizz violently. Chapter 81. Zara watched for a minute, mesmerized by the suspense. She was going to know the truth. Nostradamus had been right. He knew everything. He knew she would end up inside this ancient city. Everything would be revealed to her. All she had to do was wait. It was the acrid smell and caustic smoke that awoke her to her mistake. The pedestal wasn't designed for her medallion. It was designed as a means of torture or punishment to see who was truly fit and ordained to be king, a test of strength and will. And now the acid was burning her only hope to find the truth. Zara quickly pulled on the back of the chain and ran toward the old Garamanti baths, which held slowly flowing water. She washed her medallion. The brass appeared to have weathered its misuse, but tiny weaknesses in the metalwork had begun to show as the acid continued to eat its way through. There was nothing she could do to counteract the damage, as the acid found every tiny fault from the original metallic design. By the time the acid had dissipated, she was staring at a medallion with many holes through it, small but large enough to allow light to pass. Sam said, "Okay, Zara, whatever it is, we're not going to find it here. We need to get out of here before we starve and become too weak to escape." She nodded. It was the truth, but still she couldn't understand what Nostradamus had wanted her to see by entering the room. Tom entered the room again. "I think I've found a way to the surface." Sam nodded and turned to Zara. "We have to go." "I know, but one day we'll come back and find the truth." Tom led them to another room. It had a series of steps carved into the limestone to form a basic ladder. The room was narrow like a chute and ascended more than 100 feet above. Every 20 or so feet, the steps crossed over and changed sides, with a small landing area in between. The result was that the maximum distance they could potentially fall never exceeded about 20 feet. Tom climbed first. She followed, and Sam climbed last. It was strenuous, and after a few days of relative inactivity, little rest and no food, her legs burned as she climbed. On the top of the 8th section, after ascending a total of 160 feet, they stopped at a dead end. This landing area was slightly larger than the others, but not big by any stretch. All three of them could stand without falling down the opening where the ladder stood, but there wasn't enough room for them to do much more than that. Above them was solid limestone, where she'd expected a hatchway or an opening to the surface. "Now what?" she asked. Sam studied the walls, running his finger across any gaps. "Beats me." "There'll be an opening," Tom said. He spoke confidently as he searched the empty ceiling. "No reason to go to the effort of building such a place without having it lead to an exit." Zara crossed her arms. "Maybe it was filled in when the Garamanti elite separated from their lesser surface-dwelling relatives," Sam said. "Or maybe they left a door handle." All three of them stared at the single stone that appeared out of place. It was dark where the rest of them were cream-colored. A small pictograph showed a small funnel leading through an opening, with sand running through it. Zara put her right hand on the stone and pressed until it moved inwards. Nothing happened. Sam and Tom both looked at her. Their faces said, "Let me have a try." They even moved toward her as though they would fix it. They never reached the stone. Instead, a thunderous roar above changed their minds. "Find something to hold on to," Sam shouted, his voice barely audible above the rumble coming from the ceiling. Zara's eyes darted toward the stone she'd just pressed. It had slid several inches inward. A slight groove at the lip of the block below it gave her something solid to hold. She moved as close to the wall as possible and stared up at the ceiling above. A long crack split the limestone above. It started small and rapidly progressed with the spiderweb pattern of a fracture of a stone striking a window. It was a simple conclusion to what happened next. Zara closed her eyes and hoped for the best. A thunderclap shook their platform as the ceiling collapsed, driven by the weight above. A moment later, thousands of tons of sand fell through the opening. It ran past them through the ladder system, burying the ancient Garamanti kingdom of the sands. The entire deluge lasted no more than a minute. When it was over, she opened her eyes. No light filtered in. A small amount of sand drifted down from above. She adjusted her eyes and spotted something in the darkness. Speckles of light wafted toward her attention. It took a moment to determine what she was looking at. Zara grinned as she recognized the vision. The infinite starlight above the Sahara. "You first, Zara," Sam said. "Well done," Tom said. Zara reached up through the opening in the limestone ceiling and felt nothing but sand. She looked at Tom. "Can you give me a boost up here?" "Sure." She placed her right foot into Tom's hands and stepped up into the opening. It was enough to reach half a foot inside the open space. There were no more ladders above. The opening led to a sandy sinkhole. Zara pulled herself through the opening, and then, using her hands and legs, clambered up the steep incline of sand until she reached the surface. The harmattan, the predominant northeasterly wind, blew at a steady 20 knots. It would fill the sinkhole with sand by morning, burying with it all evidence of the ancient city of the Garamanti people. She stared out in all directions, where the stars met the horizons. The desert surrounded them in every direction. She blinked, took in a deep breath, relaxed, and slowly exhaled. She opened her eyes and grinned like a child on Christmas morning. Intermingled with the stars on the horizon were the interspersed lights of Mao, one of Chad's most northern cities. Chapter 82. The sky was filled with gray. It was the pre-dawn, somber, and final vestige of peace before the scorching heat overwhelmed the land as the sun came over the horizon and burned the Sahara once more. They all walked through the night, reaching the northern desert city at dawn. Sam and Tom followed Zara to the airstrip. In their own way, each one of them felt a gentle sigh of relief as they arrived and found the Beechcraft Bonanza 36 was where Zara had told them it would be. Sam was the first to clamber inside. He glanced at the small cockpit and wondered what it would take to coax the little aircraft to fly without its ignition key. Tom might have been able to get it started, given enough time, but the sun was already climbing the horizon, and it wouldn't be long before someone would take notice. Zara noticed his concern. "Don't worry. He'll be here. Flies every morning at first light." "And you're certain we can trust him?" Sam shuffled further into the cargo compartment, where he and Tom were nearly out of sight. "Relax," she smiled reassuringly. "I know this guy. He's everyone's friend in the Sahara." "You don't have a lot of friends in the region currently. Hasn't it occurred to you that a lot of his friends are also your enemies?" "No." "It hasn't?" She smiled. "No. I'm certain many of his clients would pay dearly if he were to turn us over with the book." "But you still trust him?" Sam asked. "Yes." "Why?" Sam persisted. "Shush! Someone's coming," she said. Sam covered his head with the blue tarpaulin. He listened as the door to the cockpit opened. A moment later, the pilot began flicking switches. The background light lit up the avionics with a soft red glow. He heard the grind of the engine turning over. It took 3 goes and then fired. The engine was warmed up and then taken through its maximum revolutions per minute, kept there for 2 minutes, and then reduced to idle. The pilot released the handbrake and taxied toward the end of the sandy runway. Sam gripped the side of the aircraft as he was battered around as the Beechcraft made its way along the dilapidated airstrip. At the end of the runway, the pilot pressed the brakes hard. Sam watched as the pilot flicked through a series of local maps, making a show to really plan his route. Sam reached for a knife and shuffled forward. There's no reason a pilot who runs the same route every day should be checking his maps. The pilot placed his hand on something low where the maps had been. Sam gripped the hilt of his knife, but Zara shuffled forward first. The pilot fumbled with something inside, while his eyes darted around the cargo hold. Zara pushed his arm down.
"That won't be necessary."
The pilot paused and then turned to embrace her.
"Christ, Zara, do you know how many people are looking for you right now?" "A few, I'd guess." "General Enguigues placed $100,000 price tag on your life."
His eyes met Sam's and returned to hers.
"Who the hell have you brought?" "Khalid, this is Sam and Tom. They've been helping me out for the past couple days." "Sam Reilly and Tom Bauer?"
"Yeah, pleased to meet you," Sam said, shuffling forward and offering his hand. His eyes drifted to the end of the cargo hold, where Tom now stretched his legs. "I don't think my friend here is moving any time soon." Khalid took it and shook firmly. Their eyes met as the pilot studied him, judging him somehow. It was clear he knew and trusted Zara, but 2 new strangers might be stretching their friendship.
"There's a woman looking for you. Eurasian. Purple eyes. Sound familiar?"
Sam nodded. "A concerned relative." Khalid nodded.
"She left the current location of the Maria Helena. Promised to charter this aircraft at 3 times the daily rate if I find you."
"Bargain."
"I told her my services would cost at least 4.
"Still a bargain."
"General Enguigues offering $100,000 for Zara and her book. Very tempting."
He looked fondly at Zara and smiled.
"But Zara and we go back a long way. I love this woman as much as I love my sister. So I guess it's your lucky day. And lucky for you, Zara, that I still love my sister."
Chapter 83. 6 hours later, the Bonanza landed at the Tripoli International Airport in Libya. Its wheels rolled along the scarred runway with a series of bumps before rolling to a stop. The international airport had been closed since it had been badly damaged in 2014 during the Second Libyan Civil War. The Beechcraft was small enough and slow enough that the Libyan Air Force ignored their landing in an unauthorized airport. Next to where their aircraft had stopped, a Sikorsky Nighthawk stood with its rotary blades still turning. Sam shook the pilot's hand. "Thank you, Khalid." The pilot shook his head.
"Don't thank me. I did it for Zara. Now make sure you get her out of the country before someone decides the money is worth more than her life."
Sam nodded. "We'll look after her." Veyron approached the cockpit and handed the pilot a neat bundle of $100 bills in U.S. currency. Khalid took the money, nodded, and then pushed the engines of his little plane to their maximum, sending the Beechcraft rolling along the runway and back into the air. 30 seconds later, Sam, Tom, Zara, and Veyron were all sitting inside the Sikorsky, and they too were back in the air. It was a short flight. In less than 20 minutes, they landed on the helipad at the aft section of the Maria Helena. Sam slid open the side door of the Sikorsky and climbed out. Tom was next out, followed by Zara. Veyron opened the navigator's side door and came around to the undercover section, directly behind the Maria Helena's main pilot house. Veyron shook Sam's hand. "Welcome back. We were starting to think you'd found the diamonds and decided to run away with them." "We found the diamonds. Would have happily run away with them, if it wasn't for coming across this young lady, who it appears half the people in the Sahara are interested in killing." Sam turned to Zara. "This is Veyron. He's our chief engineer. Veyron, this is Zara Delacroix, a renowned archaeologist in the region." Veyron shook her hand. "Pleased to meet you, ma'am." She nodded.
"Thanks for getting us out of Libya."
The loud whine of the Sikorsky's engines finally ceased, and the blades became silent as they slowly settled and stopped turning. Sam watched as Genevieve climbed out of the cockpit. She wore an expression which said, "I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks right now." Her hair, so dark brown it was nearly black, was cut short and neatly tied back, giving her the appearance of an elf. Probably the most deadly elf on the planet. She had deep blue eyes, full of intelligence, and long eyelashes. She wore no makeup whatsoever. Never did. Her naturally tan complexion appeared to be the result of hours working under the sun, rather than genetic heritage. Sam smiled as she walked straight up to Tom and threw her arms around his neck. She kissed him passionately on his lips. It lasted about 30 seconds, and then she broke the entanglement and walked away, having said nothing. Sam smiled at her as she went past. "Thanks for coming and getting us, Genevieve." Genevieve met his eyes, ignored his comment, and said, "Not a word, Sam. I don't want to hear a word." He turned to make a comment to Veyron, but the man quickly turned to run through a series of safety checks on the Sikorsky. Elise stepped onto the deck. "So, you made it." Sam smiled. "We made it. I hear you came looking for us. Thank you." "Forget about it. I was mostly indifferent. I figured you got yourself into the problem. You could get yourself out of it. But Genevieve was pretty keen to come get the two of you, and equally keen to kill anyone who got in her way. Yes, well, I guess we now know why she was so emphatic." He turned to Zara. "This is Zara Delacroix. She's the reason we were late." Elise looked at Zara, studying her like she would a fine painting. She smiled reassuringly. "So, you survived. What about the book? Are you still in possession of it?" Zara nodded. "Yes." "Good." Sam asked, "How do you know about Zara and the book?" Elise's smile was mischievous and tormenting at the same time, without revealing anything about what she knew. "We have a visitor, Sam. You're going to want to meet him right away. We found him at a Libyan archaeological camp. He says he's heavily involved in the United Sovereign of Congo, and he needs your help. Oh, and bring the girl. She's going to want to hear what he has to say, too." Chapter 84. Adebowale sat up when he saw his visitors enter. His wounds were healing well, despite it only being 2 days since Elise and Genevieve found him in the camp and managed to remove the bullets in his abdomen. They didn't bother trying to find the one embedded in his head. Elise had informed him that he would die in a matter of months if it wasn't properly operated on by a neurosurgeon. He'd refused to lose the time it would take to travel to a mainland hospital and then perform the risky procedure. Besides, what did it matter to him? He already knew how he was going to die, and it wasn't from an infection in the brain, that's for certain. He smiled and offered his hand. "Sam Reilly, it is nice to meet you." Sam gripped his hand warmly. "Adebowale, it's good to meet you too. I have to tell you, my position in Sahara was purely as a treasure hunter, trying to locate some lost diamonds, and I'm not authorized to negotiate any deals on behalf of my government. That's fine. I don't need the help of your government to do what must be done. What I need is your help. My help? I will explain soon. Adebowale glanced at Zara, who was standing quietly beside Sam. Why, Doctor, I don't think I've ever seen you so lost for words. She blushed. I'm sorry, Adebowale. I thought you were dead, as a result of my own failure. I just heard you started the USK movement. I heard you were beaten pretty badly by General Nguige's men and left for dead. Are you feeling any better? He smiled kindly, a big, full smile of a naturally born leader. There is nothing that time won't heal. Tell me, do you still have the book? Yes. Good. Keep it. The time will come soon when you will need it to find the answers. Without it, all will be lost. You are a very intelligent woman, Doctor. I think you will work out what it means in time. In time for what? To save the human race from extinction, of course. She paused, her eyes wide, and her mouth slightly open. She held her tongue between her teeth and then grinned. How could you possibly know that? Because General Nguige is terrified of the book. He believes that the Book of Nostradamus is the only thing stopping him from ruling the world. Zara asked, What does he think will happen if the book is destroyed and he's allowed to rule the world? He told me the human race will cease to exist in 300 years. Zara stared at him. And that doesn't bother him? No. He told me, why would it matter? He would be long dead by then. Tom sat down beside him. What do you need me to do? Adebowale opened up a computer tablet. He typed a series of GPS coordinates and pressed enter. The computer quickly ran through a series of search programs until it identified the location and magnified it using current satellite images. The image showed a lake in the northern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He passed the tablet to Sam. Sam took it, glanced at it, and asked, How could this end humanity? A mine runs under the lake. It once provided large amounts of gold to the world, but was abandoned decades ago, as it became no longer economically viable. Recent geological surveys, however, revealed mammoth lithium stores inside that mine. They're big, very big, nearly 50 times the amount of currently known lithium around the globe. You think this will cause a third world war? Adebowale nodded. Sam asked, Over lithium? Are you kidding me? Adebowale stared at him, his eyes fixed. Do you realize how valuable lithium's about to become? I don't know. Judging by your look, I guess very. Other than batteries and crazy people, what is it used for? Just that. Do you know what batteries are currently in big demand? Sam said, Electric vehicle batteries. Adebowale nodded. Current predictions suggest nearly 25% of all cars sold within the next decade will be entirely electric. That's good news for the planet. But how do you think they're going to make that many lithium-ion batteries? I didn't know lithium was so rare. It wasn't, not in the quantities we once used it for. But now we're talking about changing the game entirely. Do you know how many lithium mines there are in all of North America? 10 or 20? Sam took a wild guess. 1. You're kidding me. Don't look so shocked. Ethiopia, Venezuela, Germany, and Australia currently have the highest lithium reserves. the total of all of which is insufficient to meet the expected demand of the next decade. And now we can add the Democratic Republic of Congo to the list, with potentially 50 times the lithium reserves of the rest of the planet, which is going to make it the most valuable piece of soil on Earth. And it's currently being run by some despot. If we let him succeed, any number of countries are going to want to make deals with him, and if he doesn't deal, there will be war. He needs to be protected. But we'll never be able to do that with General Ngige in power. Sam said, "You have the weapons. You have the support of nearly 80% of your people. Why haven't you started the counter-rebellion?" Adebowale closed his eyes as though he was thinking. When he opened them, he spoke with the slow confidence of a man born to lead, his deep voice resonating with divine patience and logic. The time to overthrow the corrupt rebellion is almost here. A rebellion takes time and patience. You need to wait until the situation has boiled to breaking point, and the people are ready to fight. Are the people ready? Yes. Then why hasn't the USK attacked? Because they are waiting. For what? Adebowale sighed. It looked like he was in physical pain. Nearly 5,000 of their brethren to be released. From where? As General Ngige ran through the cities of the DRC, wreaking havoc, he took prisoners. Those prisoners are now being forced to work in the largest lithium mine the world has ever seen. So, rebel then. Free your people and lead them to victory. It's not that simple. Why not? The mine is buried beneath Lake Tumba. Sam asked. Which means if you attack, Adebowale said, General Ngige will detonate a bomb in a tunnel below the lake, drowning at least 5,000 of my kinsmen. So how could it be achieved? I have a plan. Adebowale smiled. It looked unnaturally kind coming from such a brutal face. But I'm afraid I'm going to need your help once more. Chapter 85. Sam climbed 4 sets of stairs and entered the bridge. Matthew sat at his navigation table, studying a series of charts for the west coast of Africa. Matthew glanced up. Welcome back, Sam. Sam said, Thanks. Have you seen Elise around? She's in her computer room down below. Okay, thanks. Sam ran down the series of stairs until he reached Elise's computer room. The door was slightly ajar, and he knocked on it before entering a moment later. She was sitting at a desk with 4 computer screens simultaneously connected, and she typed a steady staccato of data into the keyboard. He asked, What are you doing? Elise smiled at him. I'm searching for all known information on the Lake Tumba mine. Good. He took a seat opposite to her. Did the Secretary of Defense approve of the plan? No, she wouldn't hear of it. So why are we looking at the maps of the Lake Tumba mine? Elise grinned. It was halfway between innocent and diabolical. I realized we're just going to have to adjust the plan. Same premise as before, but much less people involved. Complete deniability for the U.S. Department of Defense. Just you, Tom, and Genevieve. You follow his plan to free the prisoners from the mine, and he says the rebellion will start. Sam nodded. He could work with those conditions. He stood up to leave and stopped. He heard the distinct sound of a small diesel turning over, followed by the subsequent sound of the anchor links running through the bow roller and into the chain locker. He'd heard the anchor raised thousands of times, and couldn't possibly confuse the sound with any other. He shook his head. He'd spoken to Matthew less than 10 minutes ago, and was told they'd remain where they were for the next week while they planned their siege of the DRC lithium mine. Matthew stepped into the room. "Change of plans." Sam stood up, his jaw suddenly tense and fixed. "What happened?" "The Libyan government decided we've overstayed our welcome. We're being moved on." Chapter 86. Sam found Zara Delacroix in the mission room, carefully reading each of the individual 58 additional quatrains in the Book of Nostradamus. He asked, "Any luck?" Zara said, "None whatsoever. Like in 1552, when the prophecies were first published, none of these make any sense. They're all gibberish. Even the puzzles I understand still don't make any sense." "That's too bad. Keep at it. You're bright. You'll work it out." "Are you sure we can't convince you to come with us?" Sam asked. "It's a noble cause, and Adebowale seems convinced that your two paths are meant to intertwine in this pivotal moment in history." She shook her head. "It's his war, not mine." Sam asked, "Where will you go?" "Paris. There will always be a job waiting for me at the Louvre. Matthew said you're heading to Malta. If I can hitch a ride with you, I'll catch a commercial flight from there to Paris." "That's really what you want?" She nodded. "That's what I want." "What about the Nostradamus equation?" "I'm going to try and forget about Nostradamus and his damned predictions. He told me he only saw the visions in fleeting time glimpses, and had no idea how I was supposed to stop the extinction of humanity. Maybe you were right. Maybe he really was nothing but a charlatan. Either way, it doesn't matter." She pulled out her medallion and stared at the island she'd nicknamed Infinity because of its shape, similar to the mathematical symbol for infinity. "I asked Elise and Matthew to search various databases of known islands, and this one doesn't exist anywhere. And neither does the Nostradamus equation, so I'm out. Maybe Nostradamus got this one wrong this time." "And Michel?" "What about him? You said yourself he's dead. No point me dying for the memory of a temporary lover." "All right, you've made up your mind. Tom and I have a meeting with someone in Malta. We're leaving now if you want to join us. I know you don't have anything to pack." "Okay, great." Zara nodded. "Sam?" "Yes." "In case I didn't get around to it before, thank you." She smiled at him. "For saving my life, getting me through the ancient irrigation foggeras, everything. I really appreciate it." Sam paused in the doorway and grinned back. "You're welcome." He turned and left, walking up towards the Sikorsky. Tom had already powered up the Sikorsky and run through its series of safety checks. Sam slid open the side door, and Zara climbed in, placing her bag with her computer and the Book of Nostradamus on the chair next to her. Sam closed the door and climbed into the navigator's side of the cockpit. Sam fitted his headset and turned to Tom. "How are we looking?" Tom said, "Fueled up. Engine's warm. Oil pressure's good. We're good to go." "Good. Let's head off then." Tom said, "Hang on a second." Genevieve opened the door next to Tom. He looked at her and said, "Everything all right?" She didn't answer. Instead, she kissed Tom passionately on the lips. It lasted for about 30 seconds, and then she pulled away. "Stay safe, and don't let Sam lead you into trouble." Sam smirked and turned away. Genevieve saw his expression and said, "Don't say it." "What?" Sam asked, grinning. "I said don't." Sam nodded his head. Genevieve was an intensely private woman. He'd never even heard of her showing her affections in public, let alone in front of the rest of the crew before. He caught Tom's gaze. One glance, and he knew to keep his mouth shut. It was one thing for Genevieve to kiss Tom when he arrived on board the Maria Helena after she thought he was dead, but another thing entirely to do so under normal conditions. It made her appear normal instead of her usual hardened self. Genevieve closed the cockpit door and walked away. Tom smiled. "I guess now we're good to go." Chapter 87. Zara was the first to see the tiny speck of an island appear. It was wedged somewhere between the horizon and the infinite turquoise waters of the Mediterranean Sea, the first of the 3 Maltese islands which made up the tiny Mediterranean outcrop. Once there, she would board a commercial flight to Paris, and Sam Reilly would disappear from her life. The Sikorsky's rotor blades made a droning whoop-whoop sound, which echoed in her head as they flew toward it. She took in a deep breath slowly. Her hazel-green eyes stared vacantly at the island, while her mind drifted pensively into her past, a prophecy that had extended into her great ancestry, a life spent searching for a book she only now believed in. The discovery of the Book of Nostradamus, the missing 58 quatrains. It had been a wild ride, the culmination of it all leading to someone she'd never heard of wanting her dead. General Nguige was the weapon of that person's desire. But she still had no idea who wanted the book bad enough to kill her for it. She would need to donate the book to the Louvre, of course. It would be the only way to protect herself. They would make copies and a digital database that could be studied at universities around the world. It was the only way to remove its intense value. She'd met a lot of interesting people along the way, none more so than Sam Reilly. He was a hero of a different sort. All the normal characteristics were there. He was tough, handsome, and righteous. His piercing blue eyes betrayed his intelligence, but also his kindness, simultaneously. His confident grin made him appear youthful and mischievous. He was focused, but settled, in any circumstance. Knowledgeable, but quick to listen and learn from those who knew more than he did. From what she saw, he served his country, but that patriotism extended beyond the borders of American soil. He served his fellow man and acted for the goodness of the human race, which he often expressed his most fervent belief in, despite the many signs of discord throughout the world. Despite growing up inside a privileged world of wealth, politicians, and diplomats, he didn't have a conceited bone in his body. He was rich enough to never work again, yet he chose to serve. He worked for fun because he enjoyed it, and because a certain job needed doing, and he was uniquely capable of doing it. He believed in duty and what is right, above self-gratification and one's own desires. Even though he looked contented to wander the desert as a nomad, subsisting on local cuisine, she imagined he would look just as much at home, rubbing shoulders at a cocktail party with world leaders and billionaires. She could have definitely loved a man like that. She breathed out slowly again. In another life, and in another time. Because right now she had a job to do. She'd followed Nostradamus as far as she could. Now she had to explore the future for herself, see what it had planned for her. By deciding to continue searching for the Nostradamus Equation, she was willingly risking the lives of future generations. She would risk sending the entire human race into extinction at the turn of the 22nd century, for the very remote possibility that she could change the future. a future where the human race becomes extinct in 300 years. She still didn't know why she had done it. What had made her take such a tremendous gamble? It wasn't even hers to make. It was not her risk. Zara thought about that for a moment. She knew the answer deep down, although she struggled to admit it to herself, because Nostradamus had told her she would succeed, and because she couldn't live in a world where her unborn daughter was the last generation of the human race. The helicopter banked hard to the right and straightened out on a direct northerly course. She felt her stomach lurch at the sudden change in pressure, and at the same time bile rose uncomfortably in her throat. Her eyes glanced at Tom, who appeared confident at the helicopter's controls. Next to him, Sam was plotting a new course into the GPS. Zara leaned forward. "Malta's back that way. Where are you heading?" Sam shook his head apologetically. "There's been a change of plans." "Why? What's going on?" "We just took a Mayday call. There's been a large submarine earthquake in the waters south of Sicily. A seismograph located at Porto Paolo di Capo Passero, on the southern tip of Sicily, recorded a reading of 8.2 on the Richter scale. Its epicenter is estimated at approximately 30 miles due south of the coast of Sicily. The water there is shallow. There's going to be a massive tsunami. The Sikorsky has a large carrying capacity and long-range fuel tanks. We've been requested to help look for any survivors along the coast." She nodded. "How close are we?" "We'll be there within the hour. We can't rescue anyone from its initial battery of waves, but we might help some people who get swept out to sea afterwards. The Maria Helena has already turned to make its way there, too." Zara asked, "Will those living on the Sicilian coast survive?" Sam said, "It depends. If their early tsunami warning system is good, people will have time to evacuate. The greatest enemy is complacency. Tsunamis rarely look dangerous as they approach. It's only once they strike the coast that their potentially devastating force is realized." She nodded, but said nothing. Had the future just challenged her decision to abandon Nostradamus's warning and continue to search for the Nostradamus Equation? Chapter 88. The southern coastal town of Pozzallo, in the Sicilian province of Ragusa, had once been a strategic landing point for trade relations with Spain, stretching back to the Renaissance. These days, its primary resource, like so many other coastal towns, was tourism. People came from all over the world to visit its pristine stretches of shallow beaches and calm waters. Standing on an old stone fortification named the Pandolfo Palace, a tourist smiled. He had traveled to many places, but this one held the unique distinction of actually being precisely as beautiful as the travel magazines had boasted. It was shaping up to be the perfect summer day. The sun was directly above. He stared out at the tranquil turquoise water. The tsunami crept toward the low-lying shores of southern Sicily at a speed of 480 miles per hour. The crest of the wave stood at barely 1.5 feet. It provided the tourist with no reason to doubt his safety. A glance by those on the beach would assume the Mediterranean Sea was behaving normally today, with shallow waves and no violent crests. Lulled, the tourist, tempted by the pristine waters of the Med, decided to take a swim. Employed by a high-end European car company, he had recently negotiated a deal worth a cool €1 billion to source lithium for their upcoming electric vehicles. The deal meant that the company he worked for wouldn't have to compete for lithium and would be able to concentrate on the technology instead. It had also made him very rich. He was being paid with stock options. If it worked, as he knew it would, he would be a very rich man in the next few years. Feeling content with that thought, he stepped into the warm water until he was waist deep. He closed his eyes and then floated on his back. The warmth of the sun reached every inch of his body, while his back remained at a perfect temperature. Not hot, not cold. If there was ever such a thing as heaven on earth, this must have been it. The tourist placed his feet firmly on the sand. The water was up to a little less than his waist. He stared at the beach. Something had happened. Everyone was running toward something. He barely noticed the water receding. People screamed. There must have been an accident. I hope no one has been seriously hurt. The water receded further, and he was now standing in wet sand while the water retreated further. Somewhere in the back of his mind it confused him. He would have turned and looked behind him under normal circumstances out of curiosity more than concern. But now his attention was set, focusing on the unknown drama unfolding on the beach. He heard the roar of 1,000 motorboats at full throttle and turned to glance over his shoulder. There were no motorboats, at least none that he could see. Instead, a wall of water at least 10 feet high raged toward him. Where did that come from? The tourist stood still. He didn't run. Instead, he watched as his death came hurling toward him at nearly 500 miles an hour. A split second later, the monster struck him, and his world disappeared. Chapter 89. Sam looked out at the open expanse of dark blue water. Even at full speed, it was going to take at least an hour to reach the Sicilian coastline. Inside the Sikorsky, all three of them were silent, waiting for a report from the Sicilian coast. When the report came, it informed them that a 10-foot tsunami struck the coast, but casualties were relatively low. Each of them glanced at one another in silence. They each wore the same expression. Did we just change history? Sam said, "How long, Tom?" He grinned. "You tell me, you're navigating." "No, I mean, how long have you and Genevieve been an item?" "You don't think I'd be stupid enough to kiss and tell when it comes to Genevieve, do you?" "Come on, it's me." "And it's Genevieve. You know the woman was an assassin or something. You've seen her. It's like she was a hostage breaker, an interrogator who was strongly opposed to the Geneva Convention's rights for prisoners of war. I wouldn't last 2 minutes when we returned, and she'd know exactly how much I told you." "What if I told you something?" "Like what?" "Like..." Tom swore. "Holy shit, she was an interrogator!" "Hell no! I'm not telling you anything until she tells you first." "Okay, forget about how long. What I want to know is, where do you want it to go from here?" "After Billy left, I waited. I really thought she'd find what she was after and come back for me. As time's gone by, I realized that was never going to happen. But then I waited, because how does anyone compare to Billy?" "How indeed." "Then things happened with Genevieve and me." "And?" "It was an accident. A lot of fun, nothing more. Followed by another accident. Pretty soon we were both looking forward to our accidents. And for the first time in a year, I'd forgotten about how much I missed Billy." "Wow. You can pick them, can't you?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "First you fall in love with Billy, who, let's face it, is beautiful but rough as they get. Now you look like you're in pretty deep with Jen, who, did I mention, killed her last boyfriend?" Tom looked sideways from the pilot's seat and met his gaze. "Christ, are you kidding me?" "Yeah, gotcha." Sam patted him on the shoulder. "You know I have nothing but admiration for Genevieve. She is a truly wonderful woman."
Thanks. Hey, we're coming up on the epicenter of the earthquake.
Sam studied the map for a moment. Are you certain?
Yeah, certain. Check out the GPS coordinates. We're coming right up on it. Why?
Sam looked at an island below. It was shaped like an oddly formed 8 on its side, more like the symbol for infinity, or a lemniscate. That island isn't on the map. Tom banked the helicopter to the right and circled the island. It was still dripping wet. Seaweed, algae, and fish lined the solid sandstone plains, while the single mountain held a massive lobster. Is it just me, or does it look to you as though that island was just born? No, it looks to me like the island was born a long time ago. The tectonic shift has only just now returned it to the surface of the sea.
Never seen that before.
Zara leaned in toward the cockpit again.
Can you get low enough to drop me on that island?
Sam smiled for the first time in the past hour. Yes, I'm sure we can get low enough to step off. I'll join you. Tom met his eyes.
Are you kidding? Aren't you worried about secondary tsunamis?
No, Sam said. If this is the epicenter, the tsunamis will be heading outward from here. This place is one of the safest coastlines around. Tom continued to circle the island without reducing his altitude.
Why the hell would you want to explore it right now, anyway?
Because that island is identical to the one Nostradamus told Zara to find, which means the future either intentionally brought us here or tried its best to keep us from landing. Either way, I want to know what's on that island. Chapter 90. Sam watched the helicopter take off. He felt a little guilty about not continuing with Tom on their original mission to search for survivors along the Sicilian coast. His steadfast pragmatism overcame the sensation. This entire thing apparently had to do with some sort of divine plan, a future only Nostradamus had seen. If this island held the key to the Nostradamus Equation, then he had to find it. The helicopter banked north, and the droning sound of its rotor blades quickly disappeared. Sam secured his backpack and looked at Zara. She asked, "Do you have a plan?" He nodded. "Yeah. Now we find the Nostradamus Equation." Zara laughed.
"Yeah, good plan."
Sam stared at the island. Tom had left them on the western side of the island, the one that was mostly flat, while the opposite end had a small mountain in the middle. The entire island was a little less than a mile, end to end, maybe a quarter of a mile wide. 2 perfectly circular islands standing side by side, with a joining partition of sandstone approximately 10 feet in length, making both circles form into a single island. The ground was mostly covered with white sand. Despite coming from the ocean bed, 30 feet below, there was limited seaweed or other signs of plant life. The occasional fish could be seen dying where it lay stranded. Crustaceans, disoriented by the strange turn of events, left their homes and wandered idly in search of the ocean. There was a strong smell of sea life in the air. It wasn't yet offensive, because the island hadn't been out of the water long enough for the sea creatures to die and start to decompose. But in a day or two they were going to need a mask just to breathe on this island. They walked in a broad counterclockwise circle around the western circumference of the island. The edge of the island was nearly 10 feet out of the water and was formed by hardened sand. Sam guessed it would be hard to climb up again if he fell over the side. The vertical sandbanks that marked the edge of the island had already started to break away and fall into the water below. Sam felt the future was already hurrying him along as the ocean began the tedious process of reclaiming the island. A large chunk of hardened sand fell into the water below. Sam stepped backwards, making a mental note not to get so close to the edge again. "I won't get that close again." Zara asked, "Do you think it's all sand?" The island?
Yeah.
Sam stared at the white sand that formed the western circle. It looked like a postcard of a deserted island. No, the edge must be hardened sand, but sand castles don't survive in the ocean. This place must have the geology of hardened stone at its core. Once they reached the other end, they cut right through the middle of the island and stopped where thousands of polished black stones were layered on top of each other to form a connective tissue between the two circles of the island. Each stone was identical in shape and color. They looked out of place between the sandy circular islands, more like someone had meticulously layered each one precisely where it now sat. Sam squatted down and picked up one of the stones. It was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, but heavy like a dumbbell, which meant it was most likely solid all the way through. The stone had been polished so perfectly he could see his own reflection. "It's obsidian," Sam said. Zara picked up another stone to examine it.
"Obsidian doesn't belong anywhere near here."
"It doesn't?"
"No. Obsidian is a naturally occurring volcanic glass. It's formed when lava extruded from a volcano cools rapidly with a minimal crystal growth. Most often found in obsidian lava flows, where the chemical composition of silica is extremely high, making the molten liquid extremely viscous."
"Come again?" Sam grinned at her erudite explanation.
"It means the liquid moves slowly because it's thick and gluey, making it difficult for crystals to form. The end outcome of this process is that obsidian is hard and brittle. It fractures in sharp edges, popular throughout the Stone Age for cutting and piercing."
"Okay, so what makes you so certain it doesn't belong here?"
"Because I've studied ancient Egyptians extensively, and they went to great lengths to find obsidian for weapons and tools. They had to trade for it, because the only two places in the Mediterranean where the stone was found was in Turkey and Italy, and in both cases they weren't found on the coast."
"Which means—" Zara placed her tongue between her teeth and then smiled.
"These stones were intentionally moved here."
Chapter 91. Unable to find any purpose or meaning to the stones, Sam walked across the obsidian bridge and onto the eastern side of the island. He and Zara followed the coast in a clockwise direction. Like the western circle, the bank was formed with hardened sand. That sand was now slowly being eroded by the constant lapping of the Mediterranean Sea. They circled the coast of the eastern island by 1:30 in the afternoon. The coast appeared almost identical to the western side of the island. It formed a perfect circle that matched the exact diameter of its western sibling. With the exception of a few misplaced and sorry-looking sea creatures, the ground was barren. Its white sand made the perfect tourist's picture of a deserted island. Where the eastern side changed from its western sibling was in the center of the island. Unlike its counterpart, which was completely flat, this side had a small mountain at its center. They cut into the center with a northerly track until they reached the base of the mountain. "You see anything?" he asked. Zara looked upwards for a few moments before answering.
"I see a deserted island and a small mountain."
"Seems strange to you?"
"Everything here seems strange to me," she said. "Was there anything in particular you were referring to?"
Her response was curt and just shy of pugnacious. He glanced at her. "You do know I'm here to help you, right?"
"Sorry, I'm just pissed off, because I feel like this entire thing is one big game that Nostradamus is playing with me. Nothing makes scientific sense. If he's just playing a game, I resent it. And if he wasn't playing a game, and his visions were correct, then that means the future is going to do all it can to stop me from finding the Nostradamus Equation.
Sam turned his glance to the mountain. It's okay. I don't understand it any better than you do. Do you want to know what I see?
Sure, go ahead.
The mountain appears entirely made up of hardened sand. Sam leaned against the base of the steep mountain and pressed his fingers deep into the sand. The mountain resisted for a moment, and then gave way to the pressure exerted by his fingers. It was hardened sand, but sand nonetheless. He looked at her face. She looked intrigued. But there was something else in her face, too. She appeared to be enjoying herself, like this was the real reason she followed her father's footsteps into archaeology. He asked, "Have you ever heard of a sand castle surviving once the sea swallowed it?" Zara tried to push her hand through the hardened sand.
I know a lot about sand, actually. I grew up in the Sahara. It doesn't behave like this underneath the sea. Maybe the tectonic shift which caused the submarine earthquake pushed the seabed up like this.
I don't think so. This sand looks like it's been in this shape for years. The lines of the mountain are too rigid for it to be the result of a tectonic shift.
So, what do you think it is? Zara asked.
I don't know. Maybe it was some sort of man-made structure many years ago, built with sandstone. The layers of its structure have crumbled and turned back into sand.
That's unlikely, but possible.
Her eyes glanced upwards.
There's only one way to find out. Shall we climb it?
Sam nodded and started to climb. The gradient was steep, but not impossible. Every 10 or so feet, the mountain formed a slight ledge to rest on. The distance between the ledges appeared unnaturally identical. The hard sand allowed perfect hand and foot grips. He would kick his feet into the sand until it formed a small foothold, and then dig his fingers in above. Once at the top of each section, he stopped and rested on the ledge. The hardest part of the whole process was making the hand and footholds in the first place. Zara followed him by using the same hand and footholds. After each section, they would swap, and the other person would build the next series of holds before reaching the following ledge. By the time they reached the 5th ledge, where the wet and hardened sand was beginning to dry, it became easier to make a hand and foothold. At the same time, it became harder to maintain. On a number of attempts, Sam, who was following, found the holds were starting to break away. The only solution was for each person to build their own holds as they climbed. He stopped on the 6th ledge. It was 2/3 of the way up the mountain. Sam turned to face the western island below. He watched the water and the island's sandy bank collide. A large chasm, possibly 20 to 30 feet long, split into the island. Water rushed through the opening, prying it wider. Sam started to climb quickly. "Come on, we need to hurry up." Zara looked at him, a wry smile forming as she easily matched his pace.
"Why? What's changed?"
"Look at the bank of the island. What do you see?"
"Hardened sand."
"Right. And what does hardened sand do as it comes into contact with waves, albeit small ones?"
"It breaks apart."
"So what's happening?" Sam continued.
"The ocean's reclaiming the island?"
"That's right, and it's doing it so quickly. The island has a short life expectancy." Sam stared at her, his blue eyes piercing. "And that means we have days, possibly a week at most, to find the Nostradamus Equation." Chapter 92. The top of the mountain was a small, flattened outcrop of sand in a circular shape, no more than 5 feet in diameter. Sam ran his fingers through the softening sand, trying to find something, although what he expected to find he really didn't know. He stared as his fingers ran through the sand, revealing nothing but more sand. He stood up and looked at their surroundings. He had an excellent view of both sides of the island, which formed a perfect lemniscate. The white sand beneath the surrounding shallow waters appeared a soft green color. Both sides of the island were the identical circumference. To the south he could just make out the pale haze of an island on the horizon. He recalled reading once that on a good day you could see Italy from Malta. He turned in the other direction and saw the haze of the Sicilian coastline. It gave him a sudden pang of guilt. He'd traded his original mission to save the lives of the people who needed help, so that he could find something that didn't exist. He hoped to hell the tsunami wasn't anywhere near as bad as they were expecting. Sam moved to the western edge of the mountain top and looked down. Approximately a third of the way up, water had pooled on the ledge of the mountain. It appeared roughly rectangular and only about 4 feet in length. He stared at it for a moment, and then grinned. "What if we were wrong?" Sam asked. Zara shuffled to the edge of the mountain peak to see what he was looking at. "About what?" "About Infinity Island." "Okay, so what did we get wrong?" she said. "I don't know a lot we've gotten right so far." "We only assumed Nostradamus saw it as a vision of a current place. What if this island was once above sea level? What if Nostradamus knew what it once was, and that you would stumble upon it today?" "Do you mean it was once inhabited thousands of years ago?" "Yes." "The island looks pretty barren to me. There's no sign of civilization." "That's because the entire island is covered in sand. What if an ancient civilization once lived inside this mountain? What if it's the remains of a city?" "I haven't seen any evidence of any civilization." "See that rectangular lake?" he asked, pointing toward the lake he'd seen a third of the way up the mountain. She nodded, following his direction. "Yeah, what about it?" "I don't think that was always a lake, and I don't think this mountain was always a mountain." "What do you think it is?" she asked. "Have a better look at it. Take away a couple thousand years of sea life. What do you see? Have you seen that shape somewhere else?" She gasped as she squinted her eyes and started to see it too. "It's a pyramid." "Exactly. And where have you seen that sort of lake in a pyramid?" "I don't know about South American pyramids, but I've never seen a lake in any Egyptian pyramid before." "No, but this isn't a lake, is it? It's an opening, now filled with water." "It's an entrance." "Have you ever visited the pyramids of Giza?" "I've been an archaeologist in Africa my entire adult life. Before that, my father was an archaeologist in Africa. What do you think?" Sam ignored her sarcasm. The anatomy of the ancient pyramids of Egyptian kings often includes a queen's chamber and king's chamber, with the queens down below and the kings above. The queens will be flooded, but I'm hoping a pocket of air may have become trapped inside the king's chamber. "What difference does it make if the chamber's been flooded?" she asked. "What do you expect to find there?" "The Nostradamus Equation, of course." Zara smiled. Her hazel green eyes, full of intelligence, acutely challenged the notion. Her smile, wide with anticipation and mischief, suggested she was willing to play along until she was convinced otherwise. "Okay, I'm not saying I buy your theory at all, but for a moment let's say I do. What do you suggest we do about it? It's not like we can get inside, the whole thing's been flooded." Sam grinned. "Well, for that at least, I might have a solution." Chapter 93. It was just before nightfall when the Sikorsky returned to the island. Sam had spoken to Tom earlier in the day. and had learned that the tsunami had been much weaker than expected, and the southern coast of Sicily fared well. So far, the death of only one tourist had been reported, a man who had been in the water at the time and simply didn't understand that the small wave approaching had the force to kill him. Otherwise, the Sicilian coast had fared extremely well. The Maria Helena was still out there searching for debris for any survivors who'd found themselves washed out to sea. With night approaching, Tom had refueled and picked up the equipment Sam needed. Sam heard the whine of the engine change pitch as Tom shut it down. He nodded in acknowledgement of Tom and didn't wait for the blades to stop spinning before sliding open the side door and retrieving the equipment he needed, and laid it out along the sand. Time wasn't on their side. The island was rapidly being reclaimed by the sea, so he needed to work quickly. There were 3 boxes filled with diving equipment: buoyancy control devices, dive masks, regulators, fins, and dive computers. He and Tom had their own equipment. The 3rd container was filled with equipment borrowed from Elise, with the exception of the neoprene wetsuit, which would have been too small for her. Instead, it was a dark blue wetsuit, not one of his usual dive suits. It looked old, but barely used. He'd seen it somewhere previously. Elise must have pulled it out of the older storage lockers. Zara picked up the wetsuit. "I'm going to get changed. If either of you turns around while I do so, you'll curse saving my life in the first place." "Yes, ma'am," both men replied dutifully. Facing away from Zara, Sam attached his dive tank to his BCD and dive computer. He then opened the tank fully and rotated the nozzle half a click back to reduce the likelihood of the O-ring seizing. He removed his polo neck shirt and cargo shorts. Leaving his underwear on, he donned his 3/16-inch neoprene full-length wetsuit. It was probably a little warm for the local water temperatures, but he guessed the deep chambers of the pyramid were going to be a little cooler than the surrounding waters. Tom reached for his wetsuit and started to get changed. He laughed as he looked at the mountain of hardened sand. "Trust you to find a hidden temple." "Thanks for bringing the gear," Sam said. "No, thank you for bringing me along." Zara stepped lithely across the sand toward them. She looked up and said, "All right, you can turn around now, boys." Sam glanced up at her. "Hey, it fits you." The neoprene hugged the athletic curvature of her body in a flattering way. She was tall, an inch off 6 foot, and her figure perfectly matched her height. Suddenly he recognized the dive suit. It was the same one Aliana, his ex-girlfriend, had used when she came diving in the Caribbean. The sight of it gave his heart a momentary pause. Until that moment, he hadn't realized how similar the 2 women were. Both extremely intelligent, career-driven experts in their chosen fields. Both the same height and athletic frame. Aliana was blonde with blue eyes and attractive in the typical fashion magazine type of way, whereas Zara had dark hair with hazel green eyes and olive skin, giving her an exotic and sexy appeal. Zara smiled at him as she set up her dive equipment. "What is it?" "Nothing. You just remind me of someone, that's all." "Well, are you going to stand there, or shall we find some answers before this island disappears?" "And Zara's a much harder woman than Aliana ever was," Sam smiled. "Let's go find the Nostradamus Equation." Chapter 94. Sam stood at the entrance to the small rectangular lake. The edges of the opening were rock solid, either sandstone or sand mixed with some sort of cement. Either way, it confirmed his original theory that the opening was man-made and led to some sort of structure. The water appeared dark, giving no indication of how deep the tunnel stretched. He switched on his flashlight. You sure you want to come with us? Zara bit her bottom lip.
No, I'm not sure. I ate everything about this.
Do you want to wait here? He asked in honesty.
Yes, but there's no way I'm going to let you have all the fun. If this thing really leads to an ancient Egyptian chamber and the Nostradamus Equation, there's no way in hell I'm going to let you two explore it without me.
All right, good for you. Challenge your fears. If you get stuck, remember, I'll be right in front of you and Tom's going to be behind you. Don't try to turn around. The tunnel looks too narrow for that. Your dive tank will get stuck in the walls. We're on push-to-talk wireless communications. If you need help, let us know. There'll be somewhere to turn around at the end of this.
And if there isn't? She asked.
If we hit a dead end, I'll remove my dive tank and turn around. Once I'm facing in the right direction, I'll help you with yours. Don't worry. I've dived something like this once or twice before. Just stay calm. We have plenty of air supply. Sam looked at her. Fear radiated from her eyes. You still want to come? She grinned.
You bet.
Sam entered the water first. He adjusted his buoyancy and slowly descended to 10 feet. He was followed by Zara in the middle, and Tom keeping an eye on things from the back. The rectangular lake descended in a diagonal downward direction. His computer gauge told him the passageway ran at a 40-degree slope. He was playing his flashlight beam close and then far, all the way down the descending tunnel, but so far he couldn't see where it ended. The walls appeared carved out of solid stone, as though someone long ago had spent years chiseling downward to make the tunnel. He placed his dive knife on the ceiling section and pushed hard. The knife didn't advance. He breathed softly, feeling more confident the structure was solid, and only the exterior section had crumbled into sand. Approximately 80 feet down, he noticed a second tunnel, split in an upwards direction above. The upward tunnel was the exact same gradient, but in an opposite direction. Sam took a piece of red chalk and made a large circle at the entrance to the new tunnel. Then, inside, he wrote the number 1.
Are we going up first?
Zara asked, over the radio. Sam shook his head and continued his descent. No, I want to start at the deepest chamber and then work our way up. I can better manage our nitrogen levels that way.
Diving 101, she said.
Yeah, something like that. At a depth of 180 feet, the diagonal passage opened into a large empty chamber. Sam shined his flashlight along the walls. There was nothing. A completely vacant room, which probably took the better part of a decade to carve out. He wondered what purpose it once had. Sam turned around to face the surface in one quick motion. Okay, let's start our ascent. When he reached the opening in the roofline that ran in the opposite diagonal direction, he turned and began following the new passage. This one maintained the same 40-degree angle as the original one, but instead of heading downward, this one slanted up. 60 feet along, a second passage opened. This one ran horizontal. Sam took out his red chalk and drew another circle. This time he placed the number 2 inside. This place starting to feel like something to you, Zara?
Yeah, I feel like we're on a tour of a miniature version of the Pyramid of Giza.
Sam flashed his light ahead, but he still couldn't make out the end of the passage. If that's the case, we must be heading to the Queen's chamber. Tom joined the conversation. The question is, are they going to hide the Nostradamus Equation in the King or Queen's chamber? My guess is it will be the King's, Sam said.
Odd. My guess would have been in the Queen's, replied Zara.
The passageway opened into a small chamber. It was completely vacant with the exception of a single sealed sarcophagus at its center. There were no writings and only a few Egyptian pictographs. Zara swam next to him and stopped.
This is the Queen's chambers.
Do you see any reference here to Nostradamus? Sam asked. She shook her head.
No. It's a silent prayer for her soul, nothing more.
What about the future? Tom interjected. She checked to the other sides of the sarcophagus.
No, nothing.
Sam asked. Any sign Nostradamus has been here?
Zara said, No, and there shouldn't be any either. Remember, Nostradamus spent much of his life trying to locate the equation. He knew it was there, and knew I would find it, but he would never set eyes on it in real life.
Sam turned around. Okay, let's double back and continue our ascent. We can always come back here later if we don't find anything in the king's chamber. He reached the diagonal passage, turned, and continued his ascent. 20 feet up, and the water ceased. Sam climbed a series of steps until he was standing in a dry passage. He removed his face mask and took a slow breath in through his nose. The air smelled stale, but breathable.
Are you safe to do that?
Zara asked. Sure. This is an air pocket left over from when the Mediterranean flooded.
It was 3.5 million years ago, when the Atlantic Ocean breached the mountain ranges, joining Europe and Africa, flooding the Mediterranean basin and turning it into a sea.
Sam shrugged. Okay, I don't know how they built this pyramid under the water, but I'm with you, there's no way it was 3.5 million years ago. And it doesn't matter. What does matter is that somewhere along the line, the pyramid flooded and air became trapped in the upper chambers. It's stale, but should be breathable. Tom interrupted the debate.
Zara, perhaps you and I should keep our masks on for a few minutes. We'll see if Sam shows any signs of hypoxia or poisoning. If he's okay in 5, we'll know it's safe for us to remove our masks.
Suit yourself, Sam said, and he continued to climb the stairs. At the end of the ascending passages, the tunnel leveled out again, and then opened into a large chamber. Presumably the king's chamber, but there was no sarcophagus. Instead, an ornamental pedestal stood at the center. He looked up. The ceiling was a large rounded dome, the surface of which was covered with both writings and numbers. Zara removed her dive mask and regulator.
The writings are a mixture of pictographs, hieroglyphs, and symbols. It looks like an ancient divergence of Egyptian pictography, but I can't make sense of any of it. I've never seen a written language, anything like it, have you?
Sam grinned. I've seen it before.
Really?
Her eyes opened wide.
I studied ancient linguistics for 5 years and never came across anything like it.
Sam met her eyes. His jaw set hard as he swallowed. We call them the master builders, and they've been around a very long time. Chapter 95. Sam stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense out of what appeared mostly as ancient gibberish. Although the domed ceiling was full of writing, none of the words were grouped together. Instead, it appeared as though a child had scribbled all over it at random. The more likely alternative was that the individual words meant something by themselves. Zara asked,
What does it say?
Sam said, I don't know. It can take hours to decipher a single word in the ancient language. I'll need my notepad computer. It has all known shapes and images. We'll have to retrieve it before I can make much sense out of any of it. He lowered his eyes and examined the rest of the room in silence. The king's chamber had no sarcophagus. Perhaps the king was still alive before the pyramid had been flooded? Instead, a single pedestal stood at the center. On its top, a small piece of glass or transparent stone stood glistening. It appeared ornamental and yet valuable, like an orb. It stuck out of the pedestal with some sort of metallic material, like brass, only more golden, blocked the surrounding sides and directed the light, reminding him of a microscope lens. Sam shined his torch at it. The light scattered throughout the small chamber like a prism. At the top of the brass-like sidings, where the clear orb stood proudly, were a series of markings, dividing the circle into 58 equal portions. The first one was numbered with a Roman symbol for 43, and the very last one was 100. Zara said, "At least we know we're in the right place." Sam met her gaze, his eyes wide. "What makes you so certain?"
"The Book of Nostradamus held the final 58 quatrains. This device is somehow making reference to it. The question is, how do we use it?"
Sam tried to rotate the pedestal. The device didn't move. He tried harder, but it may as well have been bolted to the stone flooring. Studying the markings in the brass, he tried to move the brass itself without any more success. He then moved along to the lower section of the pedestal, where a series of pictographs surrounded a single beveled dial of brass, shaped like a spear. Tom was the first to recognize the image. "That's a looking glass."
"A what?"
Zara asked. Sam stepped closer to the pedestal and looked directly at the flawless orb. It was currently opaque, but he hoped to change that. Tom found the first of the looking glasses in a pyramid nearly 500 feet below the Gulf of Mexico. The stone orb is harder than diamond and nearly 200 times more translucent, meaning light and sound can travel through it much further and faster than any other known material on Earth. Zara followed him and examined the stone.
"Okay, so what's its purpose?"
"To see other parts of the world," Sam said. "Think of an ancient version of FaceTime or Skype, before the Internet." She smiled, without trying to hide her skepticism.
"That's great. So, where are we looking?"
Sam rotated the dial shaped like a warrior spear, waited, and then grinned like he'd just won the final hand of cards. "Here." She placed her eye up to the orb as though she were looking through the lens of a microscope. The opacity of the orb had dissipated, giving way to a very clear picture.
"It's quite dark, but looks like there's another chamber below us."
"You're right, but it's not below us."
"It's not?"
"No. The chamber you're looking at is mostly from a completely different pyramid, possibly hundreds or even thousands of miles away."
"I don't believe you," she said. "It's not possible."
"It is, and what's more, I'll prove it to you." Sam bent forward until his eye was almost resting on the orb. He carefully rotated the dial until he heard the strange contraption click solidly into place. He stared at the image. It looked like somewhere deep in the ocean. The chamber glowed with fluorescence, as though someone held a powerful ultraviolet black light. Under normal conditions, UV radiation is invisible to the human eye, but illuminating certain materials with UV radiation causes the emission of visible light, causing these substances to glow with various colors. There were rich purples, greens, and blues that all glowed in the chamber, giving it the impression of being filled with brilliant gemstones. Zara smiled as she looked through the orb.
"Okay, that one's pretty, but I'm still not convinced we're looking at somewhere hundreds of miles away."
Sam rotated the dial again, and the image changed to another darkened and empty chamber. The walls were made of blocks of limestone. Sam asked Convinced?
No. These are all still pictures. This device might simply be an ancient version of a kaleidoscope.
Sam took in a deep breath and rotated the dial once more. The next vision depicted a top-down view of a large chamber. It was almost identical to the king's chamber they were standing in, but with two exceptions. One, the room was at least 10 times larger, and two, there were people working inside, constructing something. Tell me what you see here, and then let me know how they managed such a depiction with a kaleidoscope. Zara placed her eye right up to it and swore. She said,
They're tribal people, quite dark-skinned. Their faces are painted blue. They're almost completely naked, with the exception of some kind of loincloths. Both women and men are bare-breasted, and all of them are working vigorously to finish building the chamber.
Their faces are blue? Sam asked. Like the Tuareg nomads, whose faces are tainted with dye that turns them blue?
Similar, but these people look very different than any Tuareg I've ever met. Their facial features aren't at all like that. Angular, with strong jawlines. They could be a distant relative, perhaps, but I doubt it. They're taller, too. The women are maybe 6 foot, while the men are closer to 6'4".
What else do you see?
They all look focused, almost mesmerized by their desire to perform their task. They're working hard and constantly. No one is whipping them. There's no one guiding them. But like a group of ants, they are all simply taking part in completing their individual tasks so that the main project is completed.
They're working as a collective, Sam said. No one is giving or taking orders. They are all simply doing what they have been programmed to do. They are working robotically as one. Zara looked through the glass and back at him.
Do you think they're slaves?
It's possible. The master builders have been known to use slaves before. They are also known to be perceived as gods, and by standards of 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, they certainly would have appeared as gods by their ability to build things. I've never even considered the fact that they might still be alive and trying to rebuild another pyramid.
So you think this is a live image, not an ancient record?
We've encountered these looking-glass devices before, and they always seem to be giving us views from far away, not long ago, replied Sam. Zara smiled.
A new person's just entered the room. This one's not like the others. Her genetic heritage is clearly different from the others.
In what way? He asked. Does she look to be leading them? Perhaps she's one of the masters?
No. She's a worker, just like the others. Her face is mesmerized by what she is doing, as though she is performing the work of the gods. But she is slightly shorter than the other women. Her complexion is much lighter than theirs, but not Caucasian either. She looks possibly Eurasian. While all of the men and women there look muscular, she appears more lithe and athletic. A different sort of bone structure. She's wearing tan cargo shorts and a white tank top. She has a small tattoo of a pyramid above her right shoulder. Very pretty.
What? Are you trying to set me up on a date?
No, just giving you the facts.
Sam smiled patiently. All right, can I see her? Zara moved out of the way for him.
Sure.
He looked through the orb. The looking-glass showed more than 50 people working in the large room. Some were men and others were women, But the entire group appeared homogeneous. Every one of them appeared captivated by their work. Not captivated. Hypnotized. "The pretty one's gone," Sam said.
I thought you weren't interested in a date," she teased.
"I'm not. I was hoping I could work out where she'd come from. Then we might be able to find out where this temple is. Something here must have answers to the Nostradamus equation. If not, I can't see why Nostradamus sent us here."
"He didn't send us here. He saw a version of the future where I was here, and I discovered the Nostradamus equation."
"Great." Sam backed away from the device, making way for Tom. "You found the first looking glass in the submarine pyramid. That one had views of a number of different temples and ancient structures. Have you recognized anything about this one that we might use to determine where it is, or why we were meant to find it?" Tom shrugged. "I'll see if I recognize anything, but ancient temples and pictography really isn't my area of expertise." Zara said, "Try it. Anything at all that stands out." Sam watched as Tom placed his eye right up against the looking glass, as though it were a telescope. He stared through it for a couple minutes, his eyes darting from left to right, and then stopped. His eyes now fixed on one specific detail. His pupils dilated. The rise and fall of his chest increased in frequency, as though he'd seen something that terrified him. Zara placed her hand on Tom's shoulder. There was nothing sexual about it, a simple, nurturing gesture.
"What did you see, Tom? Did that woman come back into view?"
"What is it, Tom?" Sam asked. Tom stepped back from the looking glass, his eyes staring vacantly past both of them. There were beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and blood had drained from his skin.
"Christ!"
Zara was the first to work it out.
"You recognize her, don't you?"
"Yes." Tom wrapped his arms around Zara like a child. "Her name is Dr. Billy Swan, and not so long ago,
I came very close to marrying her."
Chapter 96. The sound of blood gurgling filled Tom's ears as his heart raced. The sight of Billy had triggered a primal response and a sudden release of adrenaline. He felt bile rising as his stomach churned, unsure whether he wanted to be sick or open his bowels. Slight tremors engulfed his normally still and hardened hands. He looked at Sam. "That's not Billy. She wanted to find the master builders, not be enslaved by them. They've done something to her, and we need to help her." "Of course we do." Sam's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes uncomprehending. "I just don't know where to start. That place could be anywhere." Tom stepped away from the orb. "What the hell have they done to her?" Zara said,
"She looks drugged."
Tom asked, "How could she have let herself be drugged?" "Maybe she isn't," Sam suggested. "Perhaps she's pretending. You know, she spent her entire adult life and a great portion of her childhood searching for the master builders. She was convinced that some still remained and watched over us like gods." Tom said, "We have to go after her." Zara asked, "What about the Nostradamus equation?" Tom swore. "Fuck the Nostradamus equation. I'm out. All I want to do is find her."
"We need to find the equation. It's more important than anything else," Zara said. "I understand she means a lot to you, all of you. But you have to understand, if we don't find the Nostradamus equation, none of it will matter."
Tom pounded the side of the pedestal with his open hand. "You can stay here and try and find the Nostradamus equation. I'm leaving." Sam asked, "Where? You have no idea where to look. That temple could be anywhere on the planet." Tom's jaw was set hard, his brown eyes violently determined as he said, "No." but we know someone who does. Sam looked at him, swallowed. You're right. I think it's time we visit the Vatican City. And then I'm going to kill him, Tom said, his voice full of vehemence. No, Tom. I believe you actually might. And then we'll be no better off than we are now. So I have a suggestion. Why don't you remain here and keep watching the looking glass? Maybe you can work out how they're controlling Billy. I'll take Zara with me. We'll reach the Vatican before close of business and bring him back here for answers. Tom shook his head. His instincts and duty were the only things keeping him grounded at all. Okay. Are you willing to come with me to the Vatican? Sam looked at Zara. I'll explain why on the way. Sure, she said, her eyes distant. What's wrong? Nothing. What is it? Sam persisted. You look worried about something. It's nothing. Say it. She shook her head dismissively. Sam said, Just say it. Zara swallowed. Did the future just try to lead us away from the Nostradamus Equation? Chapter 97. The Vatican City. The white taxi, an electric Nissan Leaf, drove silently past Castel Sant'Angelo. It continued along Via di Porta Angelica and stopped illegally on the side of Viale Vaticano. The 39-foot-high defensive stone wall stood concealing the Vatican City on the opposite side of the road. Behind it, St. Peter's Basilica protruded high into the skyline. It was the world's smallest independent nation-state, covering 109 acres within a 2-mile border, and possessed another 160 acres of holdings in remote locations around the world. Along with the centuries-old buildings and gardens, the Vatican maintained its own banking and telephone systems, post office, pharmacy, newspaper, and radio and television stations, websites, and satellite feeds. Its 600 citizens included the Gendarmerie Corps, who were the Vatican's civil police officers, and also members of the Swiss Guard, a security detail charged with protecting the Pope since 1506, who, in spite of their silly-looking uniforms, were as well-trained and dedicated as a SEAL team. Sam gave the taxi driver 40 euros and stepped out without waiting for the change. The pungent and ubiquitous aroma of coffee and cigarette smoke wafted through his nostrils. Dust from the ancient ruins of what could arguably be one of the greatest civilizations to have ever lived drifted from the central ruins. Zara followed him and looked up at the entrance. A long line of tourists, queuing to visit the sacred city, stretched several hundred feet before disappearing inside the arched entrance to the Vatican Museum. She bit her lower lip. We could be here for hours. No, we won't. Sam started walking directly for the arched entrance. Come with me and don't stop until the Swiss guards arrest you. That's your plan? Yep. She asked, You're certain this guy's going to be interested in talking? Sam said, Certain. How do you know about this person? He used the alias of Testimonium Architectus. Witness to the builders? She sounded incredulous. Sam nodded. 3 months ago, we followed an ancient celestial map to the Falkland Islands. There we dived the inside of a blowhole and discovered a hidden room made entirely of obsidian. Constellations of stars glowed on the walls, depicting the night sky from different angles of the planet. Beneath the obsidian vault, we found a hidden tunnel. We followed it, and at the very end, we found an open book. She grinned slightly, like she knew she was being intentionally pulled into the story. What was inside the book? A series of entries spanning more than 2,000 years, each one a significant event in the lives of the master builders. the most recent entry being made only weeks earlier, so instead of taking the book, we decided to watch the obsidian vault.
For what?
For someone bearing witness to the master builders and providing us with a link. 6 weeks went by, and our decision to wait and watch paid off, as another entry was made. In that entry, a single note was placed. The Book of Nostradamus has been found. She nodded, but said nothing. Sam continued. At the time, we thought little of it. The witness was followed all the way back to the Vatican. I figured I'd go and introduce myself and see what I could find out, but then I got distracted because an agent went missing in the Sahara. He shook his head and smiled. In retrospect, I might have been better off coming here first. She smiled at him.
You may have been, but I would have been killed.
He shrugged. There is always that possibility.
But will he listen to you?
He won't want to. My guess is the Swiss guards will try to blow us off.
And if they do?
Then we mention the Nostradamus Equation has been found. Sam reached the main entrance to the Vatican Museum, cutting through the crowds as though he and Zara belonged inside. The trick was not to hesitate for a moment. Only a fool or a person who was meant to be there would push through a crowd who'd been waiting for hours to enter. He stepped beneath the large entrance arch. Above were statues depicting the two great artists who spent so much of their lives adding to the richness of the Vatican. On the left was the genius of the Renaissance, Michelangelo, represented with the sculptor's mallet in his hand. On the right, the young painter, Raphael, with his palette and brush. Zara glanced at the two great artists.
Amazing what those two achieved in their time on Earth.
Sam nodded, without listening. He was still trying to plan his next series of responses if the Swiss guards weren't interested in his story, or worse still, if he was wrong about the witness to the master builders. He stepped inside and through the metal detectors, monitored by 2 Vatican police officers. In their blue uniforms, the gendarmes wore a Glock 17 on their side holsters as they waved tourists through. Sam and Zara pushed forward, through the swaths of tourists, passing the atrium of the Corazza on the left, and crossing the atrium with its 4 gates. They entered the courtyard of the Pina. Sam recalled learning that the courtyard was built to connect the Palace of the Innocent with the Sistine Chapel. There were 3 levels, joined by elegant stairways and flanked by galleries characterized by pilasters surmounted by broad arches. Both the painting and the galleries were slightly angled towards the Sistine Chapel, so that from the papal apartments the courtyard looked even bigger than it actually was. He turned to the left and stepped through the second archway into a quiet courtyard. Zara glanced at him, her face showing her unconscious disappointment to go all this way and skip the Sistine Chapel. At the end of the courtyard, 2 pontifical Swiss guards protected a wooden doorway. At a guess, that doorway led to the real Vatican City, the non-tourist city, where the smallest city-state in the world performed the sometimes mundane and everyday tasks of running the state. They wore the traditional dress uniform of blue, red, orange, and yellow with a distinctly Renaissance appearance. Bodyguards to the Pope, the pontifical Swiss guards were maintained by the Holy See and responsible for the safety of the Pope, including the security of the Apostolic Palace. Both men were equipped with traditional halberds as well as modern firearms. Since the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II in 1981, a much stronger emphasis had been placed on the guards' non-ceremonial roles and had seen enhanced training in unarmed combat and small arms. Recruits to the guards must be unmarried Swiss Catholic males between 19 and 30 years of age who have completed basic training with the Swiss Armed Forces. They served as the de facto military of Vatican City. Established in 1506 under Pope Julius II, the Pontifical Swiss Guard is among the oldest military units in continuous operation. Sam smiled at both men. "I'm sorry to interrupt. My name is Sam Reilly, and I need to speak with Mr. Testimonium Architectus." Both men shot glances at each other, which suggested they'd been placed in an unexpected and dangerous situation. Sam sighed in relief. If they'd never heard of the name, they would have told him so and dismissed him. Their hesitation was nothing but confirmation the man was inside. Each of the guards appeared uncomfortable. One lowered his right hand, possibly in preparation of retrieving his pistol. Sam stood his ground. Speaking with the authority of a man used to leading, he said, "Very urgent business, gentlemen. The sands of time are quite literally being washed away." The two guards made a quiet and rapid exchange of words in their own language. One then disappeared behind an archway at the end of the room, while the second stepped forward. "Please wait here until we talk to our superiors." Sam smiled warmly. "Thank you." A moment later, a second guard arrived and took the place of the one who had disappeared. A total of 6 minutes went by before the original guard returned with a different man. He wore a robe of dark blue. His brown hair was thick and cut short. His blue eyes were intense, like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. But his smile was warm and kindly. He could have been a high-ranking member of the clergy, but his age quickly made Sam doubt it. The man might have been in his mid-40s, but no older. Years of sedentary and learned lifestyle had turned his once muscular physique into adipose, underneath which strength and speed appeared to have remained. He held his posture well, like a boxer. Despite the maximum age limit being set as 30 years, his belt wore the yellow, red, and orange insignia of the Pontifical Swiss Guard. Sam swallowed hard. His problems had just evolved into something far more dangerous. The stranger inserted an iron key into the heavy wooden door and unbolted the latch. "Mr. Reilly, you and Dr. Delacroix are to come through immediately. I have been expecting you for some time now, and I don't like waiting." Chapter 98. Sam and Zara followed the man. He moved with a surprising speed for his rotund stature. He led them down the stairs and across a cobbled courtyard. They turned down an alley that merged into a larger one, at the far side of which nestled a stone building that housed both a supermarket and a small post office. Past it, the Tower of Nicholas V stood as a rich symbol of the Bank of the Vatican. The man didn't introduce himself or speak to either of them until he passed the gate of St. Anna and entered the barracks of the Swiss Guard. Once there, they entered the hallway and stopped at the fourth door on the left, labeled in Latin, Swiss Guard, Minister for the Future. The stranger opened the door, his eyes meeting Zara's. The curve of his outer lip dipped slightly. "Dr. Delacroix, I must beg your patience and ask you to please wait out here while I speak to Mr. Reilly alone." Zara nodded her head and waited as Sam followed the man inside. The stranger closed the door and said, "Have a seat, Mr. Reilly." Sam took a seat and grinned. He'd never been on a non-tourist tour of the Vatican before. "I'm sorry, you're the witness to the master builders?" "Among other things, yes. That is one of my many tasks." The man offered his hand. "My real name is John Wallace." Sam took it. "Pleased to meet you." "I only wish it were under different circumstances." Wallace looked around the room as though uncomfortable about how to broach the next subject. Good God, Mr. Reilly, Dr. Delacroix has survived. Yes, you sound almost displeased by the revelation. More distressed than you could know. Why? The master builders are going to be most concerned. Why? Because they had planned her death for nearly 400 years, and now you've just ruined it. I have half a notion to invite her inside and kill her myself, but from what I hear, the damage has already been done, and now all we can do is go forward with whatever it was Nostradamus was trying to achieve. Sam stared at him, a new revelation unfolding. You were the buyer. You were the one who paid her to find the Book of Nostradamus. Yes, of course. Sam paused, trying to make sense of the new revelation. If you knew that Zara, finding the Book of Nostradamus, would send the world into chaos, why did you pay for her to find it in the first place? Because she was always going to find it. Nostradamus had already foreseen that. That much was fact. We figured so long as it was going to happen, we were going to be better off paying for it to happen. That way we could at least make arrangements as the event unfolded. Why didn't you just kill her when she was a child? Sam suggested. It's not as simple as that. Nostradamus had already seen the event. That much was already determined. She was going to find his damned book, and she was going to try to change the future. But she was going to make mistakes, and in doing so, she was going to decrease the lifespan of the human race. Sam nodded. He'd heard the argument from her own lips previously. So what went wrong? How did you let her escape with the book? The future intervened. Luck would have it that she wasn't in the camp when our men attacked. She escaped, and with her she carried the Book of Nostradamus with all its danger. Sam laughed. He was enjoying himself, despite the incredible revelations. Nostradamus told her to run. John remained silent, his eyes fixed on Sam's face, as though he was trying to decide if Sam was lying. Nostradamus predicted this? Yes. Why, does that surprise you? Sam smiled, glad to have made a visible effect on his new opponent. Apparently he was very good, I keep being told, although I still struggle to believe a word people say about his predictions. My predecessor told me that Nostradamus once believed it was impossible to change the future. If that's the case, then why does it matter that Dr. Delacroix found the book, or for that matter that she survived? Because Nostradamus was wrong. It's part of church dogma, free will. If the future is set, then how can man have free will? But we know by the word of God that man does have free will, so the future must be malleable, yes? The fact that Zara has survived this long is proof that the future can be changed. You see, it's not that it can't be changed. It's merely a case of being difficult to change. Big changes are impossible on their own. You need to set up a new series of events, joined together, like strings, to influence big events. Zara explained it as though we're driving a small car and we want to knock a big truck off the road. We can't do it on our own, but if we hit a bigger car, followed by a minivan, followed by a small truck, eventually we'll send that big truck off the road. Yes, a very simplistic explanation, but it will suffice for now. Sam asked, why is Dr. Delacroix so important? You mean, what does she do? Yes. She will have a gradual effect on the future. She will change the course of a rebellion, and doing so, stop a major war in the African continent that would inevitably spill out across the globe. But we've put systems in place to stop the war before it's begun, Sam said. And they will work. What's so wrong about that? So we saved humanity. No, you sped up its demise. John sighed. Humanity was on a path to cease in 300 years. Instead, it will now cease to exist by the end of this century. Thank you, Mr. Reilly. Why? There was supposed to be a World War III. It was going to be disastrous for humanity. Billions of people were going to die. Less than 1/10 of the human population would survive. Why did we want that? Because we've become the plague of our planet. We are the locusts. The planet can't sustain our ravenous growth forever. This was supposed to be the correction. And now we must try to avert the real disaster. And what will that be? We have no idea. We haven't yet seen the vision which will explain it to us, or we would have stopped it sooner, if it could be stopped. Chapter 99. Sam asked, "What's your purpose in all of this?" Wallace said, "To save mankind." "Sure," Sam smiled. "But how did the Vatican get involved with Nostradamus?" In 1538, an offhanded remark by the then young Michel de Nostradamus about a religious statue resulted in charges of heresy. When ordered to appear before the Church Inquisition, he wisely chose to leave Provence to travel for several years through Italy, Greece, and Turkey. During his travels to the ancient mystery schools, it is believed that Nostradamus experienced a psychic awakening. During his travels in Italy, he came upon a group of Franciscan monks, identifying one as the future pope. The monk, called Felice Peretti, was ordained Pope Sixtus V in 1585, fulfilling the prediction of Nostradamus. You didn't answer the question. Instead, you told me about Nostradamus being able to predict the future, something I'm rapidly learning he was very good at. Nostradamus didn't just predict Felice Peretti would one day be ordained as a pope. He told him on that day he was to start a new division from his private guard. The Minister for the Future? Exactly. You see, Nostradamus wasn't the only one who could see the future. He was, unfortunately, the only one who was willing to take the time and risk to change it. The master builders can see future events, but not in the way you assume. You see, they don't have the vision in a lineal fashion. They get them randomly? Yes. Imagine this. If you were to walk into a movie cinema and watch a 3-minute clip at any random point in the show, how much would you know about the event being viewed? Not much, unless we had a point of reference. I've already had this explained to me, as the way Nostradamus saw the future. Exactly. If you were to walk into the same movie and see something like a newspaper the day the bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, then you'd have a reference point to where the event came from. Because of this, the master builders require me to keep documenting what I see in event. I already have a list of all the events, but when I discover one has occurred, I go to the obsidian vault to document it. The masters, you see, are able to reference the events through the documents stored inside the ancient almanac I've been keeping. Sam asked, "How long have you been alive?" No, I think you misunderstand me. I'm 52 years old. I'm part of one of the longest relay races ever made. Since the inception of the Holy See, members of our party have lived as part of His Holiness's unique monitoring services. Why? Because we're driven to believe a higher power is behind everything we do and see, that someone or something better than ourselves has a divine plan for all of us. Inside the Holy Church, we've been able to witness most of the events throughout history. The higher powers work for you? No. I work directly for His Holiness. In that position, I receive an enormous amount of information regarding events. Those events are then cross-referenced with the ancient almanac. Nostradamus wrote a second book? No, One of my predecessors copied his down. Is the church behind this? No. I think I just broke the equation, Sam said. But I don't believe it. What is it? The master builders don't see time in a linear fashion. You think they saw it all as one jumbled-up mess of events? Yes. Nostradamus was one of them, or a child of the master builders, and although he could see all the events of time, he couldn't make any sense out of them because to him they all occurred simultaneously. The equation was used to form reference points to guide the viewer to make sense out of the events and their relative time. But time is linear, Sam said. They can't just see it from all directions, forwards, backwards. The physical universe simply doesn't work like that. John said, I agree. But then I'm not the one who recently found a book addressed to her from 400+ years ago, which instructed her to find an island that hadn't yet formed, to reach to find the answers. He then shrugged, as though none of it mattered any more. I've read your journals, Mr. Reilly. The people you call the master builders, we call the time masters. Sam asked, when did they arrive? Arrive? No, we're not talking about aliens or anything like that. They have always been here. They're here to help, to watch us and to guide us. And who are you? Are you a time master? No, I am simply a witness. They need help to make sense out of the events that are going to occur. I help by documenting them. I write the major events as they are given to me. Then the masters are able to gain a better understanding of where they're at. They have long periods throughout history where they leave us alone, followed by others where they need to intervene frequently. Why? Because we're human, because we're weak, and because, left to our own, we're like little children who want to fight and will eventually kill ourselves. They're the parents who come to intervene. Kind of. All I know is if you start to see the time masters, there's a reason. And recently they've started to slip. They've let their presence become known to others beyond our former tight circle. There have been more than a dozen events in the past 2 decades where a normal person, such as yourself, might put 2 and 2 together and determine someone else, entirely different than the history books would have us believe, was adjusting the strings of time. So humanity is squabbling? That's what has brought them out of seclusion? Isn't that business as usual for humanity? Humanity is getting close to the end. Can the masters change that? They intend to try. I believe they're human beings just like us, and if humanity dies out, they will pass away as well. So they need imperatively to steer us to safety, and I'm not sure they know how. I believe they intentionally brought you into this game to help. I just don't know what you can do. But am I doing something? Yes. Your presence here is affecting the timeline. They know that. But is it improving or worsening the event? That only time will tell. Chapter 100. Sam leaned back into the chair. It was leather, and appeared as old as some of the medieval ruins he'd explored over the years. He shook his head, a wry smile forming on his otherwise cheerful and good-humored face. He remained silent. John asked, What? Your name's John Wallace. Yes, what about it? It's a common name in society. Sam said, It's not very Swiss. No, my father was English, my mother was Swiss. Sam stared at him, still unsure why he was even asking the question. Do you know what the mathematician, John Wallace, was most famous for? I do. My father used to tell me as a child. In fact, I believe he coined the term infinity. Wallace shrugged. What's so important about that? Nothing. Sam stared at him, the slightest upward curve of a smile taking place. The coincidence was just too much to be irrelevant. Except, Wallace persisted. It's just, earlier today, I visited an island a friend of mine has spent her lifetime searching for. The island itself was shaped very much like the number 8 lying on its side, the mathematical symbol for infinity. And you think it's symbolic that you were to meet me on the same day you visited an island that looked precariously similar to a name a completely different John Wallace created centuries ago. You are a very strange man, Mr. Reilly. Why did your friend wait until now to visit the island? Because Infinity Island, as we've decided to call it, didn't exist until 12 hours ago. How's that possible? There was a submarine earthquake in the Mediterranean this morning. Did you hear? Yes, I was told the tsunamis had the potential to do extraordinary damage, but through the grace of God, only one person was killed. Was this island damaged by it? No. Instead, when the tectonic plates shifted, it forced an otherwise low-lying submerged mountain nearly 200 feet upwards, giving birth to a new island. All color drained from Wallace's face. You are talking about the Infinity Island? Yes. Now I'm jogging your memory. I thought you might have heard something about it. The master builders built it, right? John nodded his head. Sam asked, Do you know what this means? Has Zara Delacroix changed the future? Yes. And the birthing of the island confirms she saved the world? No. What then? The birthing of the island confirms there is no longer anything humanity can do to save itself. The island was built as a stopgate to provide answers when the world is in dire need. If the Infinity Island is indeed on the surface of the Mediterranean, we need to get to it now. There's no time to waste. There's something else, too. What now? The Nostradamus Equation didn't work. It was all gibberish. Nothing explained a reference point to the events in his 58 additional quatrains. What did you find? A looking glass. Like the others, this one showed the insides of a series of temples. One of them viewed a large stone chamber, bigger than any we've seen before. The structure was still being built. Dark-skinned tribal people worked on the structure, as though they had been possessed. Go on, Mr. Reilly. What else? I recognized one of the slaves. She wasn't tribal at all and didn't belong. Her name is Dr. Billy Swan, and I'm going to need you to show me how to find her. Chapter 101. Sam watched the blood drain from John Wallace's face. He saw confusion there, wonder, and bewilderment. And last of all, he saw hope. John said, You saw Dr. Billy Swan through the looking-glass? Yes. Do you know where she is? John stood up in his chair, as though the meeting was over. How very fascinating. Where is she? Sam persisted. I have no idea. John grinned broadly as he spoke. But that's not what I find so fascinating. Really, what do you find fascinating? The future! John grabbed his arm and looked at him directly in the eye. Don't you see? What? Don't you see? It's trying to distract you, the only way it knows how. You were close. You had the Nostradamus Equation in your grasp, and the future tempted you with another vision. We have to get back to the Infinity Island straight away, before it collapses, and all is lost. Sam stood up. Are you coming with me? Of course. I don't see how I can trust you not to screw this up otherwise. Good God, this has nothing to do with Dr. Zara Delacroix, and everything to do with you. He shook his head. I should have killed you when you first dived the obsidian vault. What are you talking about? You were close. There must be a way you can change this, and everything. Otherwise, the future would have never tried to distract you. The future tried to distract me? As if it has a will of its own? Yes. There was something else inside the looking glass you were supposed to find, but instead you spotted Billy, became irate, and came charging over here. All the while the sands of Infinity Island are being reclaimed, and the solution is disappearing. John Wallace opened the door and grabbed Zara. We have to go. Where? She asked. Back to Infinity Island, to save the human race, and for goodness sake, make sure you bring the Book of Nostradamus. Chapter 102. Sam entered the king's chamber with Zara and John following. Tom stood up, leaving the pedestal, to meet them. He appeared somber but focused. His face showed signs of dried tears, now replaced by vitriolic rage. Tom lifted John by his wetsuit and held him against the sandstone wall. Where have you taken Billy? Sam stepped in between and looked at Tom. This is John Wallace. He's going to help us calculate the Nostradamus Equation. He has no idea where Billy is. What about finding Billy? Tom asked. John held out his hand. John Wallace, I'll try if I can, but first we need to calculate the equation. Tom didn't accept the man's handshake, and John didn't try to offer it again. Instead, John began quickly turning the dial on the pedestal, flicking through several different temples, until he stopped at the temple underwater. The fish and other sea creatures all glowed with fluorescence as they were struck by the UV black light. John said, Flashlights off, everyone. Each person flicked their light off until the king's chamber was dark. He waited as their eyes adjusted to the change. A moment later, John tilted his head backward and looked up at the no longer empty dome. The ultraviolet light shined through the orb and toward the ceiling. The dome ceiling came alive with numbers, literally glowing. There were some words, but mostly gibberish. Nothing that made any sense whatsoever on its own. Most of the numbers were written in red, some were in blue. Black, Moor, death of a twin. Sam started to read out the words. None of this means anything. Tom stared at the ceiling. There were words there, written in English. He read them out loud. Find the answer to the one question you must ask. Don't get greedy and search for other answers. Time is short. This was built to save humanity. Use it wisely. John turned to Zara. Give me the medallion. Zara removed it from around her neck and handed it to him. Why? What are you going to do? Sam watched as John ignored her and placed the medallion on top of the orb. The old brass medallion fit perfectly, as though it had been purposely designed to fit, which of course it was. There were several holes in the medallion. Sam recalled how they were formed when Zara placed her medallion inside the pedestal of truth within the final resting chamber of the last king of the Garamantes. It had been filled with acid, and 7 imperfections in the metalwork had been revealed below the dissolved plating, leaving 7 holes. He remembered thinking at the time that the holes appeared too specific to have been created randomly. Now he knew. Light from the orb shined through the holes, lighting up 7 individual numbers at a time. Joining them together mentally formed a calendar date. John said, If the words are in red, it means the future is set and nothing can be done to change it. If it's blue, it means there's still a chance to change the outcome. Zara, get your book open. We're going to need the quatrains available when we find the one we're after. She asked, We're going to find a specific quatrain? That's relevant? John nodded. Yes, and then we're going to decipher it, and we're going to do all this very soon before the future has a chance to destroy the Nostradamus Equation. The orb had a series of numbers ranging from 43 to 100. The medallion rotated so that each number represented a different position of the 7 light apertures. John quickly began flicking through each one. Quatrain 43, 5/31, 2020, written in red. Quatrain 44, 3/5/2030, written in red. John looked up at the rest of them. "Tell me one of you is making notes of each of these." Sam said, "I'm way ahead of you." "Good." He continued working his way through each of the 58 quatrains. Quatrain 56, 2/14/2021, written in blue. Quatrain 57, 8/2/2045, written in red. John continued until he reached Quatrain 84. It was written in blue, meaning the future was still up for grabs, and the date was tomorrow. John looked at Sam. "What did you have planned for tomorrow?" "Before the earthquake, we'd planned to help a man named Adebawali overthrow the rebel government of the DRC. John asked, "How?" Sam said, "Nearly 5,000 men are being held prisoner in a mine in the north of the DRC. Next to the mine is Lake Tumba. The United Sovereign of Congo, of which Adebawali is the leader, have been waiting to mount a mission to release them, because General Ngige would drown the slaves if they attack. We need to free them before the counter-rebellion can take place." John went quiet, as though none of it made any sense. His confidence was shattering. Sam turned to John. "The Nostradamus Equation is telling us Quatrain 84 is about the overthrow. The future's still in limbo. You said before that I might have been responsible for this catastrophe. What did Nostradamus see? What did he want me to do?" "I have no idea," John said. "Then what good was the equation?" "You now know the time, and you know the quatrain that refers to this future event. I suggest Zara opens up Quatrain 84 and works out what should be done." Zara opened the Book of Nostradamus to Centuries 7, Quatrain 84.
"An ocean above and a maze below, where the two meet over a baled woe. The twin of a king shall die, and the sun will set, with a new ruler, and a kingdom shall grow without sweat."
Sam stared at the quatrain. An ocean above and a maze below is obviously referring to the Lake Tumba mine. But what the hell does the rest of it mean? Tom leaned in toward the book and asked, "What's a baled woe, anyway?"
"It's Old English," Zara said, "meaning a rescued person of great sorrow, like you've saved someone from a terrible fate."
Sam shrugged. "The twin of a king. Does General Ngige have a twin?" Zara said,
"I don't know. I never even heard of the man until a few days ago, when he tried to kill me."
"John, does General Ngige have a twin?" "Yes, I think he might. I know he was funded by someone else who first gave him the idea of rebelling. Might have possibly even financed it in the beginning. That person might have royal blood." They bickered back and forward about the possible meaning of Quatrain 84, and then stopped. A single clump of hardened sand fell directly on the pedestal, breaking apart where the orb rested. John then pressed a single pictograph on the side of the wall, which released the medallion. He looked at Zara. His blue eyes told her everything she needed to know. He'd seen the truth, and it was important that no one else worked it out either. John said, "It's time to go." "What's going on?" Sam asked. "The island's collapsing. The Nostradamus Equation was never built to last." Sam asked, "But what about the quatrain? What does it mean?" "I'm not sure yet. I think you need to free those slaves. If you do that, I believe things will be placed back in the order that they were meant to be. We don't need the equation anymore. We have the quatrain it led us to. Now we just need to make sense of it." Sam nodded and felt the second clump of sand fall on his shoulder. It was small and barely noticeable, but the ramifications were deadly. Infinity Island was breaking apart. "Quick," he said. Zara placed the Book of Nostradamus into its watertight bag and pulled the zipper tight. Sam said, "Tom, you go ahead first and get the helicopter running." John had his regulator and dive mask on before he reached the water and followed directly behind Tom. Sam made sure that Zara was right behind him before donning his own dive mask and regulator. They swam down the dark tunnel. As they turned to join the main tunnel's entrance, a large section of sand broke off behind Sam. He slipped through, but the tunnel to the king's chamber collapsed. It drove everyone with a sense of urgency to evacuate the pyramid or be forever guests buried deep inside. Sam was the last one to reach the surface. He pulled on Zara's dive belt to release it, and then ripped open the Velcro which held her dive tank. He did the same for his own weight belt, but didn't wait to remove his own dive tank. The island around him was almost completely gone. 30 feet ahead, the main rotor blades of the big Sikorsky helicopter had started to rotate. The island was almost completely swallowed by the sea. The mountain behind was starting to collapse in massive sections like an avalanche. The obsidian spheres were starting to fall apart, and the twin islands were no longer connected. Water was already lapping at the skids of the helicopter. Sam reached the side step of the Sikorsky as a wave rolled through under the helicopter. Tom glanced at him for a moment and lifted the helicopter into the air. Zara and Tom helped pull him inside. Sam slid the side door closed and looked out the side windshield. Both sides of the island, no longer held together by the connective tissue of the obsidian spheres, now seemed to be drifting away from each other, each one collapsing in an opposite direction. The strange obsidian spheres began rolling toward the entrance of the pyramid. A crack formed at the base of the sand mountain, and the obsidian stones rolled in through it, every last one of them, as though they were driven by some divine power. 30 seconds after the last stone disappeared, the mountain collapsed. Sam watched out the windshield as Tom turned the helicopter toward the Maria Helena. Infinity Island was entirely gone, and what remained was nothing more than the calm turquoise waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Chapter 103. The Sikorsky landed on the Maria Helena at 8 p.m., and by 10:05 p.m., a plan had been decided upon, and Sam was discussing it with his entire crew, Zara, John, and Adibawali. John had already given his view that it was the only possible outcome now. More risky than had the Book of Nostradamus never been discovered, but the best chance of success now that it has. Adibawali assured Sam that he could have his men ready to start the coup by tomorrow evening. Sam said, "Let me make it clear. Our job isn't to participate in this rebellion. Our job is to free the slaves. It's then going to be up to Adibawali to bring the change of power to the DRC." Everyone nodded. They couldn't be seen to be picking sides with two rebel leaders inside the Democratic Republic of Congo, after its democratically elected president had been killed through a ruthless coup. The entrance to the mine is poorly guarded, fewer than 20 people. They have an old colonial-era Gatling gun fixed at the entrance to the mine, meaning no one can escape from the inside. Genevieve asked, "If Adibawali has the support of so many people, why doesn't he simply raid it and release the prisoners?" Sam said, "One of the main tunnels runs directly below Lake Tumba. The prisoners are trapped below. The lake's shallow, only about 30 feet deep, but the mine is more than a mile deep. General Ngige has spread word that if anyone attacks the guards at the entrance to the mine, they'll blow the charge and the entire mine will be flooded, killing everyone below. How many people are trapped there? She asked. At least 5,000. Might be as many as 10, though. Apparently, they provide them with the same amount of food each day. General Ngige sets the minimum quota for lithium extraction. If they achieve it, they get the food. If not, they go hungry. Same amount of food every day. Lots of people would starve. They just replace them with more prisoners. It's a good deterrent to rebellion. Think of the Gulag in Russia, a system where you were worked to death. You build a place so much worse than anyone can imagine, and they'll do their best to behave. So, how do you want to work this? Genevieve asked. Adabawali, I'll let you explain the plan. Elise brought up the detailed digital map of the mine. She switched on the overhead projector and the image displayed on the whiteboard in the Maria Helena's mission room. It showed a maze of tunnels spanning 84 levels. At higher levels, the tunnels were scattered and sporadic, as though they had kept having to change direction to avoid breaking into the lake's bed. From the 10th level and below, the tunnels became extensive. Long, deep shafts, extending miles in all directions. 3 of the mines appeared open and accessible, while the 4th appeared flooded. Adabawali stood next to the whiteboard and pointed to the 3 tunnels that ran beneath the lake. If we lay dynamite along the entrance to these 3 tunnels, we can cause a series of cave-ins which will create a natural barrier from the lake's water when General Ngige's men trigger the release of the water. Then my men will take out the guards, and the prisoners will run free. Sam looked at John. Did you want to join us? John smiled and shook his head. No, this mission has no place for me in it, but I wish you well with your endeavor. I truly believe this is in the best interest of the future. Sam turned to Zara. What about you? Me? She asked, her eyes turning to avoid his gaze. I think you greatly overestimate my resources. I won't be useful in a jailbreak. Genevieve can pilot the helicopter on her own, Sam said. But it will be a lot easier with a second set of eyes to navigate. It will also help when she returns for the pickup rendezvous point after we complete the mission. She breathed in and then swallowed hard. Her cheeks flushed, slightly red. Then, in that case, I'm afraid you overestimate my altruism. It sounds like a worthy cause, but it's not my fight. Nostradamus never would have predicted me to actually be involved in the operation. When it comes down to it, I'm too selfish. I really wish you luck, but I don't think I will be coming. That's okay, I understand. It's not your fight. Heck, it's barely ours. Sam smiled at her, reassuringly. Then again, Mikhail may be trapped down there. The simple comment stopped Zara in her tracks. She let the words sink in, and then met Sam's gaze directly, her hazel green eyes piercing and dominating. She shook her head, a hardened stare giving way to hope. Damn you, Sam Reilly! I had accepted that he was already dead, and now you go ahead and do a thing like this. You better pray to whatever God you believe in that he's still alive, and you haven't given me false hope. He asked, Shall I count you in then? Damn you! Of course. I'll join the team. But don't bother trying to return to the helicopter until you find him, or at the very least know exactly what happened to him. I'll do my best. Sam turned to the rest of the team. What do you think? Genevieve looked up. Just one problem. Adabawali asked. What's that? How do we get inside the mine? Adabawali said, That's where I'm going to need Mr. Reilly's help. Chapter 104. The Legacy 450 banked gently to the left and settled onto its final approach. The chartered 8-person luxury jet landed smoothly on the blacktop runway. It was the sort of landing where one had to think twice whether or not they were still in the air or on the ground. It had taken 6 hours to travel from Malta to Bangui on the private charter. Sam glanced out the aircraft's large side window. At the edge of the small airport, a helicopter's rotor blades began to turn. Adebowale caught Sam's attention. "As promised, you have a jet ranger waiting for you. It will be fully fueled and ready for Genevieve to take off by the time we finish loading the equipment. No questions asked." "Good." Sam turned to Genevieve. "How long's it been since you've flown a jet ranger?" "Years," she smiled. "Nearly a decade." He asked, "You going to be okay?" "Definitely," she said. "It's like riding a bike." Sam nodded. He'd been a pilot most of his life. Different helicopters had their own nuances, but once you'd learned to fly, it was in your blood. Besides, the Jet Ranger was a relatively forgiving helicopter. The Legacy 450 stopped at a private hangar, hired for the next 12 hours only. Sam moved to the back of the aircraft. Tom had his legs resting on the empty leather chair that faced in toward him. Using the 2 chairs as a bed, Tom was in the sort of deep sleep of the dead. Sam kicked his feet off the chair, and Tom slipped to the floor. Tom looked up. "Hey, I was enjoying that rest. What's up?" Sam said, "Sorry, we're on the ground. Time to go to work." "All right, but on the way back I'm sleeping for 24 hours straight." "On the return flight, sleep as long as you need. And when you wake up, we'll start our hunt for the temple where Billy's being kept prisoner." Tom stood up, his eyes suddenly wide, as though he'd been forced back into the moment. The need for sleep was replaced by urgency. He picked up his duffel bag. "Let's get this thing done." 10 minutes later, they had loaded the Jet Ranger with their dive equipment and 3 RS-1 military-grade sea scooters. Zara sat in the navigation seat, and Genevieve quickly inputted the coordinates into the GPS in front of her, giving Zara a brief overview of its functions. Genevieve brought out the topographical map and showed her the main reference points. Sam slid the back door closed and popped his head into the cockpit. "We're good to go." Genevieve nodded. "All right." A moment later, they were in the air. In the back of the helicopter, Sam, Tom, and Adebowale quickly changed into their wetsuits. Sam finished laying out his dive equipment and turned to set up a second set for Adebowale. Sam looked at Adebowale. "Have you ever dived before?" "Once. I was on vacation in Hawaii. A friend from college convinced me to give it a go. I did a half-hour introductory dive in about 6 feet of water." Sam cringed. "That's it?" Adebowale nodded. "That's it. But I assure you I will be fine." Sam attached the dive regulator to the tank and opened the air intake valve. He inflated the diving vest, known as a buoyancy control device, and handed it to Adebowale. "How do you feel about confined spaces?" "Comfortable. I spent time in this very mine as a child. Again, rest assured, Mr. Reilly, I will get through the submerged section, if it's still possible." Sam nodded. It was as good a chance as they were ever going to get. He carefully laid out a rectangular piece of cloth on the floor of the helicopter. Then, almost ritualistically, he placed his Heckler & Koch MP5 on it. The 9mm German-designed submachine gun was popular with military divers around the world because its sealed chamber gave it excellent reliability, even fully submerged. He removed the magazine, opened the chamber, and checked that it was free from any bullets. It was clean, and its parts were well oiled. He then tested the firing mechanism. It tapped forward with a firm clicking sound. He grinned. All right. On the opposite side of the helicopter, Tom finished setting up all 3 sea scooters. The underwater diver propulsion vehicles were small, handheld, electric devices used by scuba divers and free divers for underwater propulsion. They weighed less than 20 pounds each and had a water bladder designed to automatically control the diver's buoyancy. Tom looked at Adebowale. Have you ever seen one of these? Adebowale said, No, but Sam explained what we can do with them. What do I need to know? Tom switched the power button forward into the on position. It sat directly in the middle of the 2 handle grips. Okay, as you can see, this button here turns the power on. You shouldn't need to touch this once we're in the water, but if you suddenly notice you're out of power, you might want to check it hasn't been bumped. Okay, Adebowale said. Tom used his right thumb to depress the speed rate button, and the little propeller began to spin with a whine. Look at this like a throttle on a motorcycle. Each time you press it, you increase the speed. The RS-1 Sea Scooter has 3 speed settings. We'll probably need the fastest setting until we reach the bottom of the mine. Then we'll drop it back to the 2nd or even 1st setting. Use the button under your left thumb to slow her down. Adebowale nodded. Okay, these power for 90 minutes at full speed and can maintain up to 4 knots. This one has the map of the flooded mine built into its heads-up display screen. Think of a GPS, only this one works by correlating the image ahead based on its sonar pings with your initial known location. We'll set the initial location as the opening to the mine's tunnel beneath the sinkhole. Each sea scooter has its own identifying sound, which means we can keep track of each other's location throughout the tunnel, so long as we're within line of sight. That means all 3 of us will be able to navigate in the dark without too much trouble. Sam finished reassembling his Heckler & Koch MP5. He set the safety to on and attached a full magazine of bullets. Unless the map's wrong, Adebowale said. The map isn't wrong. It was always going to be a possibility, Tom said. Heck, the map you gave us is nearly 3 years old. Adebowale said, No one has been down to the mine that way since the sinkhole opened up next to the Tumba River and flooded the first 10 levels of the mine. Sam began sliding his arms into the buoyancy control device and tightening the Velcro. He placed his fins on his feet and put his dive mask next to him. He attached his Heckler & Koch MP5 to his right arm using a tether and placed the sea scooter in front of him between his fins. Also remember, the maximum battery power is 90 minutes. That means it's a one-way trip. Adebowale's men are going to breach the guardhouse at exactly 2200. That leaves us 3 hours to make the dive, navigate our way through the tunnel, and blow the mines that lead to Lake Tumba. Genevieve glanced back. No one said anything about a one-way trip before, Sam said. Don't worry. Tom and I will be coming home. We'll stick to the plan as far as a pickup rendezvous point. I just want to be clear, we have 90 minutes max to navigate through the flooded section of the mine. After that, we're out of power, and we'd never be able to swim it without mechanical assistance. Genevieve asked, So what happens if you can't complete the mission? How do you get out? We don't. Sam sat forward. We have to complete the mission. Once the C4 is blown and the tunnels cave in, Adebowale's men will take the guards out of the equation. Once that's done, our job is finished. We'll make our way out of the mine and double back to the edge of the lake, set off a green flare, and you can come get us. Genevieve said, I'll need to refuel. Not a problem. Drop us off and return to the Bangui airport to refuel. Meet us at the designated landing zone at 2330, and Tom and I will be waiting for you. He looked at Zara. I'll do my best to bring Mikhail home, too. Zara nodded, but said nothing. Genevieve asked, "What about Adibawali?" "I'll be staying with my people," Adibawali said emphatically. Sam looked at Tom and Adibawali. "Let's do one final run-through of the mine." Adibawali nodded and opened the digital image on his computer tablet. "This is the last known map of the maze of underground tunnels below Lake Tumba. It was taken 5 years ago, and so we can expect some changes." Tom nodded and asked, "You're sure we'll still have access?" "Reasonably confident." Adibawali pointed to the map. "As you can see, the Lake Tumba mine is separated into 4 primary mines, each one joined by a series of longitudinal tunnels at level 10. For the purpose of this mission, I've labeled each one by either A, B, C, or D." Sam nodded. "A, C, and D are still fully operational mine shafts. B struck a river that runs about 300 feet below Lake Tumba. It caused a massive sinkhole where the water flowed into the mine shaft. The first 10 levels of Mine B are underwater, after it became too difficult and too expensive to pump out all that water. The good news for us is they left it alone, unconcerned that anyone would be capable of getting through 10 levels of flooded tunnels. They've given us the perfect route in." Tom sat forward and studied the map. "There must be more than 100 tunnels in Mine B. Each one will be pitch dark and silted up. It's going to be just short of impossible to reach the 10th level, let alone the top of the mine. This is anything but easy." Adibawali grinned. The jet black and scarred skin of his face was suddenly broken by his warm smile and his evenly spaced white teeth. It was the smile of a model or a politician, not what you expect from someone who looks like a great warrior. What's more, the smile appeared genuine. He spoke in his monotone and deep voice. "I've seen the future, and we all get through the flooded mine to reach the surface and free my people. You and Tom will go home tonight." Sam met his eyes. The grayish blue looked to him like steel. There was certainty there. Adibawali wasn't just saying that they'd make it through the tunnel. He somehow knew the future, or at least believed he did. Sam nodded, but remained silent. The last 15 minutes of the flight were spent in silence. Each member of the team mentally prepared for the task ahead. The weapons had been checked, the C4 secured, and the dive equipment was all working. The jet ranger banked to the right. Sam glanced ahead. They were flying over Lake Tumba. Genevieve said, 3-minute check, gentlemen." Copy that, all 3 of them said in unison. The helicopter flew low over Lake Tumba until it reached a small river. The small river eventually met the Zaire River around 5 miles away. Halfway between the great African River and Lake Tumba, Genevieve took the helicopter into a steep descent before leveling out along the river and then hovering within a foot of the Tumba River. Genevieve said, "GPS says this is it." Sam opened the side door of the jet ranger. The water below appeared dark. On the side of the river, it appeared more like a small bay than a river's edge. He looked at Adibawali. "You're certain this is the spot?" "That's the sinkhole," Adibawali confirmed. "That spot there ate into the riverbank." Sam looked at Tom and Adibawali. "Everyone ready?" Good to go, they both confirmed. Sam said, "All right, set watches to 1905 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Good luck." Sam placed his regulator in his mouth, inflated his buoyancy control device so he would be mildly positively buoyant, and secured his dive mask. He checked that his Heckler & Koch MP5 was attached to his right arm, and his bag of C4 explosives was secure in its dry bag. He looked at Tom and Adebowale. "All right, team. See you down there." He picked up the sea scooter and stepped onto the helicopter's skids. In one quick movement, Sam pressed his mask against his face and stepped out. A split second later, he dipped into the dark, murky waters of the Tumba River and disappeared. Chapter 105. 2,480 miles away, in Malta's Grand Harbor, all was quiet inside the Maria Helena. Elise stared anxiously at 4 separate computer monitors, each one feeding her different information about the mission. She had a number of background programs running, each one aimed at providing information that might affect the mission, such as sudden changes in the movement of people and social media changes. And despite all that information being fed to her, there was nothing that would have any effect on the mission. It made her feel frustrated and redundant, where she was usually confident and used to providing valuable digital information or solutions throughout an operation. The clock at the base of the computer screen displayed the current time in the DRC as 7:20 p.m. "They'll be in the helicopter by now." The thought only confirmed her discomfort with her position. For all the information coming in, there was nothing new to help with the mission from her end. She shook her head. It was unlike her to feel redundant, and even less like her to even care. She'd built a life, a very good one, on being self-sufficient and looking after herself. Elise forced herself to smile. She didn't care whether she was needed or not. The reason she was troubled was because she was worried about Sam, and Tom, and Genevieve too, for that matter. She didn't care either way about Zara or Adebowale. Not that she wished them any harm, of course. They seemed like good people. They had chosen their own paths in life, and it didn't coincide with hers. But the other 3 were her friends. More than that, they were part of the only family she'd ever known. Sam, in particular, was like a father to her. And Genevieve and Tom might as well have been her rough-and-ready siblings. "They will be fine. They're all tough." Elise needed a distraction. She knew she shouldn't. Genevieve would kill her just for having a look. But she needed to know the truth. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her, and it was a welcome distraction. On a separate tab, she opened Google and typed a single word: Soltsevo. The search engine spat out thousands of reference pages, but her eyes never glanced past the first one: Solntsevskaya Bratva. She clicked on the first link. It was a Wikipedia page, but it provided her as much as she needed to know. More than she should have learned, and enough to make her wish she hadn't. She read the article once. The Solntsevskaya Bratva was the biggest and most powerful crime syndicate of the Russian mafia. Founded in the late 1980s by Sergei Mikhailov, a former waiter who had served a prison term for fraud, the organization now has ties to global organized crime syndicates, ranging from drugs and weapon sales through to internet fraud and money laundering. The syndicate used a group of violent mercenaries and assassins to maintain its foothold in each area, while using the concept of tenfold response to any trespass against them as a deterrent. One such example was in 2007, when a member of a Mexican drug cartel killed a member of the Solntsevskaya Bratva during a hostile takeover of the lucrative cocaine industry in Atlanta. They tracked the man down and systematically killed every person on his Facebook page. They started with the person's immediate family, his relatives, his local connections, and when all that was done, they started in on his friends list. By the time the FBI opened a special investigation into the massacre, 118 persons had been killed. Elise stopped reading as the article turned to the methods the organization used to kill people, and instead skimmed to the end of the page. She read the final paragraph, reread it, and then closed the tab completely. Sergei Mikhailov had a daughter, Anastasia Mikhailov, who disappeared in 2014 at the age of 28. It has been widely disputed that she was taken by one of the competing crime syndicates in retaliation to something the Solntsevskaya Bratva had done. But no organization has come forward and claimed the kidnapping, and no one has ever seen her since. A small beeping sound coming from her computer informed her that one of the background programs, searching for any changes in the frequency of news or comments on social media regarding General Ngige, had shown a sudden spike in information. She clicked on the program and quickly scrolled through the notes. This can't be right. Nearly 15,000 comments on social media confirmed the news. It was possible it could be fake, and artificially being proliferated by those who didn't know the truth, but chances were it was true. Elise opened a new program. It was a DRC database for births, deaths, and marriages. She quickly typed in the name Adabawali, followed by the string theory, known siblings. She looked at the results and swore. What have we done? Next to her, the phone started to ring. It was a digitally encrypted satellite phone that used a combination of privately owned and proxy satellites to secure communications, and there was only one person who ever called it. Elise picked up the phone. Good evening, Madam Secretary. She listened carefully, without interrupting until the Secretary of Defense had finished. She jotted a few notes down. Her face hardened. Understood, Madam Secretary. I'll do my best to let him know. She hung up the phone and ran up the stairs onto the bridge. Matthew, who had even less to do than she did, was sitting at his desk tapping his fingers on the old teak. Elise didn't wait for him to greet her. We need to abort the mission. Matthew's face hardened. We can't abort the mission now. I just received confirmation from Genevieve that Sam, Tom, and Adabawali have been dropped into the water and have started their dive. There's no way to get in contact with them until the mission's complete. Why? What's happened? She swore 3 times. It was loud, profane, and unusual for her. She placed the palm of her hand on her forehead and closed her eyes. There had to be a way to get a message through to them. She opened them again. It's Adabawali. What about him? He's working for General Ngige. Matthew said, But he had the secret passwords used by the United Sovereign of Congo and was able to get information through their coded communications. What's happened? I just spoke to the Secretary of Defense. Her people in intelligence just informed her that General Ngige was an only child. His parents were killed in the early 90s, and as an orphan he spent time in what was then the Lake Tumba gold mine. You know who also spent time in that same mine and was his best friend growing up? Matthew shook his head. Adabawali? She nodded. There's something else, too. What? I'm getting a number of pings right now on social media and traditional media inside the DRC. General Ngige died this morning. Apparently his right eye had been burned with a cigarette. Horrific, but unlikely to have killed him. Somehow there was a complication in the routine operation, and he died on the table. Matthew turned to face her. Then who was the twin who's going to die? She said, His name is Dikembe, and he's Adabawali's twin brother. Christ! Adabawali has a twin? How did we not work this out earlier? Elise shook her head. We took Adabawali at his word. We had no reason to doubt him. It wasn't like it made any difference whether or not he was an only child or a twin.
until the Nostradamus Equation told us a royal twin would need to die.
Chapter 106. Sam reached the bottom of the sinkhole. It was 80 feet deep in total. The water was discolored and murky, with a visibility of less than 5 feet. The heads-up display showed a vague outline of the dramatic sinkhole based on the sonar's impression. The quality was poor, but a darkened spot at the very bottom suggested it still penetrated the old Lake Tumba gold mine, Mine B. He waited for Tom and Adebowale to reach him, confirmed they were all right, and then opened up the throttle to the sea scooter and entered the mine. The headlight positioned in front of the diver propulsion vehicle flicked light off the walls of the tunnel. It was as dark as any cave Sam had ever explored, and unlike the water in a cave which is clear, the mud and silt in the water here still blocked much of his visibility. Sam said, "Keep close, gentlemen. The viz is poor and doesn't look like it's going to get better any time soon. Keep track of the person in front of you on your sonar screen. The last thing I want is to turn this into a rescue mission for the three of us." "Copy that," Tom said. "See your slow ass, right ahead of me." "What about you, Adebowale? Have you got us on your sonar?" "I can see you. Just keep going, and I will follow." Sam said, "Good man." The navigation screen suddenly flashed green. It meant the relationship between the current outline of the mine, based on the sonar reading, had matched with a known section of the map. The two readings became superimposed, and the computer placed an asterisk where it believed Sam was inside the mine. He grinned. It was a good start. He clicked the route button, and a red line followed a series of tunnels like a giant maze through to the 79th level. Sam drove the sea scooter along the first tunnel for approximately 250 feet before turning to the left. He followed the directions given on the heads-up navigation display as the tunnel opened to 7 separate exploratory runs. Away from the giant sinkhole and the disturbed water of the Tumba River, the visibility greatly improved. Sam made another turn around a corner, and the light from his sea scooter returned to him, greatly amplified. He stopped. A large reef of quartz hung on the ceiling. Tiny specks of gold reflected the flashlight's glow mysteriously. He smiled. The shaft would have been quite profitable if they hadn't struck the river. The width of the mine shaft here increased to a total of 40 feet, as the miners had once dug, following the gold-rich quartz reef. At the end of the gold-rich section, the tunnel returned to a straight and horizontal profile for about 100 feet before turning to the right. On the map, the entire area looked like one giant game of snakes and ladders. About an hour in, Sam reached the first vertical shaft. "You two still behind?" "Sure am," Tom said. "I've got Adebowale right on my tail." "What's taking you so long?" Sam looked upwards. "I've reached the first of the vertical shafts. I'll wait until I see your lights following before I keep going." He ascended 30 feet and stopped. It was a short shaft. There was no elevator, only the wooden rungs of an old mining ladder. The miners must have reached a gold reef or something which made them stop. There were 2 tunnels leading in opposite directions away from the vertical shaft. Sam checked the map and confirmed that he needed to take the one to the right. As soon as he could see Tom and Adebowale below him in the vertical shaft, Sam followed the tunnel for a total of 538 feet. The tunnel meandered in a westerly direction, with a series of jagged doglegs and zigzags. At that point, he stopped. Above him was the elevator shaft number 4. Per the map, it ran all the way up to level 10. Not only would they be well and truly out of the water by then, but at that point they could take the horizontal tunnel to reach any of the 4 mines, and more importantly, they could reach the 3 tunnels that run below Lake Tumba and complete their mission. Sam waited until he saw the lights of his 2 companions darting along the tunnel's walls. "I'm starting on the vertical shaft, number 4. I'll see you guys on dry land." Tom said, "Good. See you at the top." Adebowale said, "Once you see how long that shaft travels vertically, you will wish it was filled with water all the way to the top." Sam grinned. He already knew they were going to have one hell of a climb to reach the top. Sam positioned the sea scooter so its sonar transducer pointed straight up the shaft. 30 seconds later, the heads-up display flashed green again. The map and the sonar images matched up. He left the sea scooter in neutral and slowly adjusted his buoyancy until he was ascending. Once he'd begun to move in a vertical direction, Sam concentrated on bleeding air from his buoyancy control device. As he ascended, he reduced the exertion of pressure, measured in atmospheres, which in turn caused air to expand. Without letting that air bleed off, his buoyancy control device would rapidly overfill, and he would shoot to the surface, most likely killing himself with an embolism in the process. After rising nearly 40 feet, Sam stopped. He swore loudly to himself. Tom asked, "What's wrong?" Sam said, "I don't think we're going to reach the surface tonight." "But we must," Adebowale's voice boomed over the underwater radio. "What happened?" Sam shook his head. "The elevator's permanently stopped at level 29. There's no way we can get around it, and I'm doubting there's any way we could coax it to ascend again." Chapter 107. Sam studied the electronic map in front of him, until Tom and Adebowale caught up with him. There were a series of lateral tunnels, with some vertical shafts all over the place, like a giant rabbit's warren, but every time he followed any of them he reached the same conclusion. He would need to return to the main elevator shaft to reach the top. Tom slowed his ascent and came to a stop next to him. His eyes glanced at the stuck elevator and back to Sam. "That's not good." "No, and we've already reached the point of no return," Sam agreed. "The batteries are already getting low on the sea scooters, and it would be impossible for our air supplies to last that long if we swam back the way we came." Tom studied the elevator. "How much C4 do you think it would take to bring that thing down?" "You've got to be kidding me. We do that, and the guards above are going to be on us in a flash. The whole mission will be blown." "If we don't do that, we'll never get out of here alive." Adebowale slowed his ascent just a little higher than either Sam or Tom. He fumbled with his buoyancy control device to release air and make himself neutrally buoyant again. It wasn't enough, and he started to struggle to keep from being sent straight up. Sam released air from his own buoyancy control device, making him neutrally buoyant, and then held the back of Adebowale's tank to stabilize him. "Thanks," Adebowale said, and then glanced up at the elevator stuck between levels. "Have you got any ideas to fix that?" Sam said, "Tom and I were just discussing the pros and cons of using C4 to send it to the bottom of the shaft." "You can't do it," Adebowale said forcefully. "General Nguige's men would suspect a prison break, and if we're lucky, would come down here and kill all 3 of us." Sam asked, "And if we're not lucky?" Adebowale bit on the regulator. "They'll suspect what we were going to try and do, and blow the tunnels immediately, sending the entire content of Lake Tumba into the mine, drowning everyone." It was the first time Sam had considered the consequences of destroying the elevator. He thought the worst-case scenario was that their mission would be compromised and they would have to regroup and make another attempt in a few days. Sam expanded the computer projection of the entire B mine. All right, forget about detonating the elevator. Do you have any other plans how we can get out of here? Adebowale stared at the map, and Tom moved closer so he too could get a better idea. Adebowale spoke with his usual level of calmness and confidence, more like a Boy Scout planning a walk in a park than a man preparing a final-ditch chance of avoiding the terror of running out of air hundreds of feet below ground. He pointed toward a horizontal shaft nearly all the way to the bottom. We'll descend to this level here. From there, we'll follow this tunnel until we reach a vertical shaft. Sam mentally followed the directions given and stopped. This map doesn't show any vertical shaft in that area, and certainly none that reach high enough to pass the immovable elevator. Even so, it's there, Adebowale confirmed. Tom asked, Why wasn't it noted on the map? Adebowale said, Because there isn't a second elevator shaft in this mine. Sam studied the markings on the map. There was nothing to even hint that a second vertical shaft would one day be built in that section of the mine. Then what the hell is it? Adebowale adjusted the angle of his sea scooter so it faced downward again. It's the ventilation shaft. Of course. The ventilation shaft would be placed at the opposite end of the mine to the elevator shaft, allowing for a natural circulation of air. Sam saw Adebowale accelerate with his sea scooter and descend toward the bottom of the elevator shaft. Sam didn't wait to discuss the options with Tom. He switched the sea scooter up to its third and fastest speed setting, and the electric machine whirred into life. No longer following the map, Sam raced to keep up with Adebowale. Sam asked, You still there, Tom? Tom said, Right behind you. At the bottom of the elevator shaft, Sam turned left to follow Adebowale along a horizontal tunnel. At the end of the short tunnel, he watched Adebowale dip his scooter downward and descend another level. You certain you know where you're going, Adebowale? Sam asked. Silence. Sam continued to follow. Adebowale, can you hear me? Why are you descending when we need to ascend? More silence. Sam and Tom both raced to keep up. The vertical drop brought them to a depth of 130 feet. They would run out of air quickly at that depth, not to mention what it was doing for their residual nitrogen levels. Scuba Diving 101 implores divers to plan their dive so they start at the lowest depth first and then slowly ascend. By descending to 100 feet, then ascending to 40 feet, only to now drop to 130 feet, was comparative to shaking up a can of soda to make it fizz. Only in this case, it wasn't a soda drink. It was the nitrogen bubbling in their bloodstreams. At the bottom of the shaft, Sam turned left again and then stopped. There, at the end of the short tunnel, rested Adebowale's sea scooter. Neutrally buoyant, it floated mysteriously in the middle of the tunnel without a rider. Sam glanced around the small tunnel, but Adebowale had disappeared. Chapter 108. The ventilation shaft had 3 massive turbo fans. The one on the surface, hundreds of feet above, was the largest and most powerful, whereas the 2 inside the vertical tunnel were smaller. All 3 were used to drive fresh air to the bottom of the shaft, then out into the lowest tunnel to create a circulation of air through the tunnels and back up the elevator shaft. Adebowale recalled hearing somewhere that the reason the ventilation shaft always reached the lowest point of any mine was because it needed to flush out any residual toxins from the air that would otherwise bundle together and form a dead zone. Of course, all of that was academic. What mattered now was how to get through the second massive turbofan that blocked his ascent. He'd slipped through the first turbofan easily enough. It had amazed him. At 10 feet in diameter, the massive blades were larger than him and were able to be feathered. This meant the blades changed their angle and pitch as they spun. It also allowed the mine operators to change the direction of the airflow if they needed to extract a poisonous or flammable gas, instead of pumping oxygen-rich fresh air into the mine. When he first looked at it, all the blades were completely folded, and years of debris and mold made the turbofan look no different than the rest of the tunnel's ceilings. Of course, it was easy to get through because he could simply move the angle of the blades and slip through. There was no choice of whether or not to bring the sea scooter, so he had to abandon it. He ascended rapidly, without any fear of an acute decompression sickness. He didn't have time to ascend slowly, taking the necessary decompression stops. Adebowale didn't even wonder what would happen to Sam and Tom. What did it concern him whether they lived or died? They had served their purpose. He felt no guilt or happiness in leaving them. He didn't have time to explain what needed to happen. Besides, what he was about to do was bigger than them, bigger than him. It was the most important single thing a human being could do for the world. He was going to categorically change the future of the human race. He stopped after ascending approximately 80 feet. His movement was stopped again by an obstruction in the shaft, this time by the second turbofan. This one was almost identical to the first, but there had been no such corrosion to the blades that they no longer feathered. Adebowale pulled on the first blade the same as he had done with the first fan, but nothing happened. He swam to the furthest most edge of the propeller, trying to use the increased leverage to move it. With his legs pressed against the metal sides, he pushed hard with his legs and pulled with his arms. The massive muscles of his arms strained, but nothing happened. He tried each of the other blades and found none of them could be coerced to move. Adebowale removed his dive knife and used it to chip away at the rust where the fan blade normally swiveled. He tried to move the fan again, but it was rusted solid. Frustrated, Adebowale jammed the knife into the rusted section and then removed his dive tank. The aluminum tank moved quickly through the water. With the regulator still in his mouth, he rammed the heavy dive tank into the knife. On the first attempt, the knife split just past the handle. Adebowale felt a rush of adrenaline sending him berserk. This wasn't how he was going to die. Trapped in an old ventilation shaft, stuck beneath a rusty propeller blade. He pulled back on the tank and rammed it into the same section again and again. He lost track of how many times he struck the damned blade, but eventually he rammed the dive tank into the weakened edge of the fan blade, and it simply drove right through. Adebowale pulled himself through the small opening and continued swimming upwards. He raced toward the surface like a torpedo, breaking into the cool air high above in under a minute. He quickly removed his wetsuit, then placed the backpack containing the C4 over his shoulders once again. He shined his flashlight around until he found a tunnel heading due north. He took it, hoping that it would reach the elevator shaft well above where the elevator was stuck. He moved quickly. The height of the tunnel was too low to run, but in a bent-over stance he moved fast. It didn't take long to reach the main elevator shaft. He shined the flashlight below. The focused beams came to rest on the water not far below. He looked up and saw the wooden ladder leading straight up. Adebowale started to climb immediately. 20 feet up the first set of ladders, and a sudden pressure gripped the joint of his right elbow. The pain was sharp and intense, but intermittent. From what little he knew about scuba diving, he understood there was something about the compressed nitrogen not being able to escape his bloodstream fast enough if he ascended too quickly. He should have slowed his ascent. But what could he do? His men needed action, not hesitation. Adebowale shrugged off the pain and continued climbing. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to grin. He was getting close to the fulfillment of the prophecy and the greatest achievement of his lifetime. He'd seen the future, and it wasn't the bends that was going to kill him. Chapter 109. Sam slipped through the feathered turbofan blade and ascended carefully. There was no sign of Adebowale's light above, but there was no doubt in his mind that this was the way he'd traveled. The question was, why did Adebowale try to lose them? He didn't wait to commence their ascent. They had a long way to go if they were to reach the top levels of the mine, and they would need to travel fast if they were to catch up with Adebowale. Sam asked, what could he possibly be trying to achieve? Tom shined his flashlight up ahead. I don't know how he fooled us, but he's not on our team. If that's the case, why bother dragging us here at all? Tom thought about that and shook his head. I've no idea. It doesn't make sense. Maybe he has some entirely different purpose for being here, something he obviously didn't want us to know. That doesn't mean he's against us. Sure, but he's definitely not with us. Sam slowed his rate of ascent as they approached the second ventilation fan. He carefully slipped through the single opening where a fan blade had been broken off. The sharp fracture in the rusted metal appeared recent. He slipped through very carefully and continued to ascend. Sam said, we might still be able to complete the mission without him. Tom shook his head. No, we can't. Why not? Because he took the bag with the C4. Christ, I thought you were carrying that. I was, but just before we left the helicopter, he offered to carry it. He said I already had enough to carry with all the additional diving equipment. Sam approached 30 feet of depth and slowed his ascent to a stop. He carefully waited 5 minutes and then ascended to 15 feet before waiting another 5 minutes to decompress. He climbed out through the surface of the water and removed his wetsuit and discarded it next to Adebowale's abandoned suit. A trail of water heading down the northern tunnel showed where Adebowale had gone. Sam switched his Heckler & Koch MP5 from safety to fully automatic, while Tom surfaced and skinned out of his wetsuit. There was no telling how long Adebowale had taken to decompress, so they would have to be quick to catch him. They ran to the end of the tunnel and then started to climb the rickety ladder in the main elevator shaft. It was a grueling climb, but they reached the top, where the vertical shaft joined the main tunnel on level 5. From there, Sam hoped they would be able to open the locked grates for the prisoners and still reach the main tunnel that led underneath Lake Tumba in time to block it somehow. He and Tom made it less than 500 feet down the tunnel before his hopes were shattered, because the sound of a tremendous explosion echoed through the tunnel. Sam swallowed hard. Oh, shit! Chapter 110. Adebowale had no idea how much C4 would be required to bring the ceiling down onto the tunnel, so he used all of it. Better to be too much than not enough. There was no risk of bringing down too much rock. After all, his intention was to create a stone barrier between the end of the tunnel, where General Ngige had ordered dynamite to be laid, and ready to open the tunnel to the bottom of the lake and the entrance to the main tunnels of the mine. In his nightmares, he'd seen the moments directly after the explosion repeatedly since he was a small boy, but he'd never seen how he actually reached that point. So, without any concern he might not be doing it right, he'd stuck all the C4 from the backpack onto the rock ceiling. He'd then run the ignition wires a couple 100 feet down the tunnel and pressed the detonation button. Within the narrow confines of the tunnel, the shock wave raced toward him with an incredible force. It knocked him to the floor, and he struck his head hard. His world shook, and for a moment he thought he'd already been killed. He felt the strange wet feeling on his face, and carefully touched it with his right hand. It took him a moment to realize it was his own blood. In his head he heard the constant ringing as his burst eardrums tried to make sense of what had happened. There was too much dust and debris ahead to see if the cave-in had worked. Somehow, intrinsically, he knew that it hadn't. It couldn't have, could it? After all, water would soon come flowing from the other side of the cave-in and kill him. He forced himself back onto his feet and started to run back the way he had come. A moment later, the aftershock of a second explosion dropped him to the ground again. General Nguige's men, hearing the first explosion, and having expected an attempt to escape, must have detonated the dynamite. Adebowale knew he couldn't outrun it, but still he tried. A third explosion occurred up ahead, somewhere between him and the main tunnels of the mine. In an instant he realized what always went wrong, something he'd never even considered. Someone must have been drilling holes in the ceiling further up the tunnel so that any large seismic activity would cause it to collapse and form a natural barrier of rock. Now he was trapped, unable to go backwards or forwards. Behind him he felt the gust of air being blown through the tunnel, followed by the sound of raging water. He'd been here before, 1,000 times, in fact, but still he turned and ran. Adebowale didn't have far to run, not far at all. He reached the cave-in ahead. It had formed perfectly. There was no way he could escape now. He turned to face the torrent of water that would kill him. Despite the knowledge that he would be dead within moments, he grinned broadly, because the prophecy was complete. Chapter 111. Sam stopped at the entrance to Mineshaft A, where the prisoners were all housed. A steel grate locked them inside at night. It had a simple locking mechanism on the side of the wall for the morning guards to use to release it when the prisoners were to go to work. Sam pulled the lever, and hundreds of men climbed out, passing them without anything more than a nod of gratitude. When the expected torrent of water from above never came, Sam figured that somehow Adebowale had succeeded. Over the course of an hour, he watched as thousands of men, some having been prisoners for years and so withered that their skin was taut over their bones, ran to join the fight. By the time he and Tom reached the surface, the fight was over. A man he recognized from the photos as the agent named Michel approached. "Sam Reilly, isn't it?" Sam nodded and offered his hand. "This is Tom." Michel shook their hands firmly and said, "Thanks for the prison break. I guess you got the message, and our government decided to send in the troops." "Not quite," Sam said. Michel asked, "No? Well then, really, how did you get here?" Tom smiled. "It's a long story, but ultimately we had some pretty convincing reasons to come here." Michel frowned, disappointment across his face. "But not enough for Washington to commit?" Sam said, "No. Putting American boots on the ground would have been an impossible sell to Congress and the American people." Michel's eyes narrowed. "So then, how did you end up here?" "A man named Adebowale ended up giving us the suggestion of accessing the mine from an old flooded section, and then from there using explosives to cause a cave-in, forming a natural barricade from the tunnel below the lake where General Ngige had planned to drain the lake to drown his prisoners. Sam looked at Mikhail's confused face. You've heard of Adabawali, I assume? Mikhail nodded. I have, but I'm surprised he helped you. What do you mean? Sam asked. He's the head of the USK, isn't he? Mikhail's eyes darted between Sam and Tom's hardened faces. You don't know, do you? Know what? Sam and Tom replied in unison. A large man approached. For a second, Sam thought he was Adabawali. He was a similar height, but his muscles appeared smaller and leaner. He had a warm smile and the same piercing gray eyes, but below them deep wrinkles etched a history of a difficult life, filled with pain. Mikhail looked at the man, and then glanced back at Sam. This is Dikembe, the leader of the USK. I think it's best he explains who Adabawali is, or was. Dikembe greeted Sam and Tom with heartfelt gratitude. He shook both their hands kindly and said, I understand you were instrumental in our rescue. My people will be forever grateful. Sam asked, You're Adabawali's brother? Dikembe nodded. Yes, although my brother and I haven't seen each other for many years. I had hoped I would have the opportunity to see him one last time before he entered the tunnel, where he died. You're certain Adabawali perished inside the tunnel? Sam asked. Dikembe nodded. Sam asked, How? Mikhail stepped in to answer. Because we weakened the entrance to the tunnel that ran underneath Lake Tumba. The hope was that any seismic rattle caused by Ngige detonating his dynamite would cause the roof at the entrance to collapse and create a natural barrier of stone that would protect us from the flood. Sam asked, And that's why you referred to Dikembe as the leader of the USK? No, Dikembe smiled at him. It appears you misunderstand everything. Adabawali and I haven't seen each other for many years. Until tonight, he followed another leader, someone he'd known all his life. Adabawali and General Ngige knew each other? Sam said. I am told they were good friends until recently. Things must have changed. Ngige tried to kill him a week ago. Dikembe shrugged, as though it didn't matter. Wars change people constantly. Alliances are formed and friendships broken. And I'm afraid it's not unknown for General Ngige to dispose of those in whom he has lost confidence. Sam said, But Adabawali had the codes to your underground communication system. Dikembe said, So did a lot of people. It appears he infiltrated it well, but in the end he used it for its intended purpose and rallied my troops to fight. Tom said, I don't understand. Why would Adabawali lie? If he was working with Ngige, why did he come through for us when we needed his men to take out the guards? What changed? Dikembe said, He, of all of us, truly believed in the United Sovereign of Congo. He didn't care whether I gave it to him or Ngige. He believed in the prophecy. He believed that Nostradamus had seen it all nearly 400 years ago, when he came to the Sahara. When Nostradamus introduced a boy named Jacob Prideaux to my great ancestor, he knew that we were going to go through some tough years. But one day our bloodline would return and unite the Kingdom of Congo. I believe my brother may have just paved the way for me to do so, and that if he were alive, he would be happy. Sam asked, When we were preparing for this mission, your brother showed us precisely where to lay the C4 in each of the tunnels that run beneath Lake Tumba. There were 3 tunnels. He was very specific which tunnel he was to take, and in the end he set off the one that collapsed only 1 tunnel. Yes? His was the only tunnel that collapsed nearly a quarter of a mile back from where he laid the C4. He would have been trapped and drowned in the process. Yes, I know what you want to ask, so ask it. Did he know he was going to die? Yes. Then why did he go through with it? Because he's always known he was going to die. My brother shared the gift and curse of visions, the same as Nostradamus. Unlike the great master of prophecies, my brother only saw one vision, his death. But in it, he knew the outcome for his people. Why didn't he just set the damned C4 to go off after and get back behind the cave-in? Sam raised his voice, betraying a temper he seldom released. He killed himself for nothing. Did he want to be a martyr? Is that it? No, he didn't die for nothing. He died to unite his kingdom. That's a lie. He could have skipped the dying part, and the two of you could have united the kingdom together. Dikembe shook his head. No. We would have fought, as we always have, and in the end our kingdom would have continued to have unrest amongst its own people. Sam shook his head, unable to believe what he was listening to. Two brothers, twins who loved each other, suggesting that it was better that one of them die to protect a kingdom that hadn't existed since the Portuguese decided to colonize their kingdom. Tom said, One more question. Dikembe turned to face him. Ask, and I will answer as best I can. Tom explained how they'd planned the entire mission, starting with entering the mine from the flooded sinkhole, through to using C4 to demolish part of the tunnel that ran underneath the lake. He finished by explaining how Adebowale had intentionally lost them both inside the flooded tunnels of the B mine. Tom asked, Why did Adebowale lose us in the tunnels? Wouldn't it have been better to keep to the original plan and detonate all 3 tunnels just to be certain? Dikembe smiled, mysteriously. Because he'd seen the future, and neither you or Sam were part of that vision. It was the one thing that must have been worrying him. If you were there, it meant the future had somehow changed. He then turned to Sam and Tom and said, Once again, my people and I thank you for everything you have done for us. But now I have a rebellion to win and a kingdom to rebuild. Michel turned to follow Dikembe out, who was about to get into an armored car. Sam grabbed him by the shoulder. Where are you going? I've decided to offer my assistance to Dikembe in whatever capacity I can, and I don't think you really appreciate what he's about to do for the region. No, you're not, Michel asked. Why not? Sam said, You're coming with us. The future's now, and you're going to be a father. Michel stared at him. Zara's pregnant? Chapter 112. Sam, Tom, and Michel boarded the Jet Ranger. Sam hadn't finished closing the side door before Genevieve took off again over Lake Tumba. She was eager to get off the ground and far out of the reach of stray bullets, the distant sound of gunfire reminding everyone that they were now in the middle of a dangerous war zone, and that the rebellion had started, even if it was only still in its infancy. Sam watched with pleasure as Zara's face lit up with joy as she saw Michel climb in. Genevieve flew back to the Bangui International Airport. Inside the helicopter, a silence formed, as all of them quietly took in the events of the previous 6 hours. A lot had changed. They had all aided a rebel force to take the lead, and no one, including Nostradamus, could be certain that it had been the right choice. Sam, like any good leader, knew that many lives had been changed today as a result of his actions. Thousands would die. While he hoped he'd been instrumental in saving many more, he knew that only time would prove the wisdom of his decision. The jet ranger touched the ground, and Genevieve switched the engines off. At approximately the same time, the pilot on board the Legacy 450 luxury jet completed his final pre-flight checks. The small party switched aircraft, and the Legacy was once again back in the air. The time was 04:55. Sam sat down across from Zara, who was sitting silently holding Mikhail's hand. Sam said, "You knew about Adebowale, didn't you?" Zara smiled. "I had my suspicions." "But you said nothing." "No, I didn't know for certain until we got into the Nostradamus Equation. It was the 84th quatrain that convinced me." She recited the quatrain from memory. "An ocean above and a maze below, where the two meet over a baled woe. The twin of a king shall die, and the sun will set with a new ruler, and the kingdom shall grow without threat." Sam asked, "How?" Zara said, "The second line in the quatrain, where the two meet over a baled woe. It means somewhere between the ocean above and the maze below, the two worlds shall meet over a baled woe." "So?" "A baled woe is Old English, meaning to help a friend in need, but it's also an anagram for Adebowale." "But we thought Adebowale was an only child." She shook her head. "That's what I thought at the time, but then I looked up his name." Sam stared at her incredulously and said, "His name?" "Yes. Do you know what the Swahili name Adebowale means?" "No, what?" "Second born of royal blood." Sam grinned. Adebowale was a twin. Of course. He was second in line to the throne. He then got up and walked to the back of the chartered jet, to where Tom had already claimed 2 leather chairs for a makeshift bed. Sam opened the satellite phone secured to the side of the jet and dialed a number. Elise answered on the first ring. Her voice was sharp, and she sounded out of breath, quite different from her normal calm and collected self. She spoke first. "Sam, you're alive! Did you work out Adebowale wasn't on our side?" "Adebowale's dead," Sam said, flatly. "And how the hell is it that everyone worked out that Adebowale was tricking us before me?" "The Secretary of Defense sent me a message after you'd left. Adebowale and Ngige had spent time in the mines as children. Their lives took vastly different directions, but Adebowale had always maintained loyalty to the man. Last night, after you'd left, I received information that General Ngige has died." "He's dead?" Sam asked. "How did that happen before the coup?" Elise said, "Infection. He had an operation after his eye was burned, and he got an infection. It traveled to his brain and killed him before the doctors knew what was going on." Sam shook his head in silence, staring at the darkness outside the aircraft's window, and becoming lost in thought as he wondered what Nostradamus would think about any of this. Elise reminded him that he called for a reason. "What do you need, boss?" Sam paused for a moment. The sound of the Legacy 450's twin Rolls-Royce engines, humming in perfect harmony, filled his world. He took in a deep breath and said, "I need you to patch me through on a secure link to John Wallace." "Understood," Elise said, returning to her natural composure. "By the way, Sam, congratulations. I'm glad you and Tom are all right." "Thanks, Elise," he said. I just hope we all made the right decision and chose the right side for humanity."
"You did. We all saw the signs. It needed to be done."
Sam waited until the sat phone started making new sounds as it was redirected through a series of proxy servers and privately owned satellites. Sam recognized John Wallace's voice on the other end of the line. "What news do you have for me?" Sam said. "It's been done, John." "Very good, Mr. Reilly," John said, refusing to address him informally. "I suppose you are calling because you want to know." "Yes. Did I just risk my team's life for a reason?" John said. "It worked, didn't it? But did I change the future?" Sam heard the sound of old pages being carefully turned, read, and then turned over again. John said, "Yes and no." "Yes and no," Sam repeated the words, shaking his head. "What the hell does that mean? Nostradamus saw things the others did not. The timeline has been changed. The extinction of mankind will no longer happen this year." "But it will still happen?" "That we don't know for certain." John spoke slowly and tentatively, as though he was unsure of himself, and, more importantly, that he was unsure how much to reveal to Sam Reilly. "I've studied the new event lines. The one attached to you is the only one that shows any sign of the human race surviving." "What does that mean?" Sam said. "Am I supposed to do something?" "I don't know. The future is a very determined thing. It took a mastermind like Nostradamus to outmaneuver it. All I know so far is that at some stage in the future, somewhere along the strings of events that are connected with you, one of them will have two separate outcomes. The first will be that you fail, and humanity becomes extinct. The second, you succeed, and humanity gets to continue on its current course." Sam asked, "How long?" John said, "Until this event occurs? Yeah. It could be a day, a week, or a year. It might happen on your deathbed. I'll keep monitoring the events as they come in. If I see a sign that the event is nearing, I'll let you know. Like a code to extinction? Something like that, most likely very subtle. Thanks again, Mr. Reilly. I hope it's truly a very long time until we speak again." John Wallace disconnected the phone. Sam placed the satellite phone into its socket on the aircraft's wall. Tom shuffled in the two seats and opened his eyes. "Now what?" Sam looked at Tom, his face hard and determined. "Now we go find the last temple of the master builders and bring Billy back," Tom asked. "Any ideas where?" Sam shook his head. "Not a clue, but I know someone at the Vatican who's going to help us, whether he wants to or not." The end. This has been the Nostradamus Equation, Sam Reilly, Book 6. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2015 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2018 by Christopher Cartwright.